Death Metal Podcast. We're back. Heavier than 20,000 coffins. I'm here in Steer. What's up, everybody? Thanks for tuning in again to the music episode. So we wanted to separate the Ancient Death interview just to talk about more Ancient Death stuff. We got Jerry back. We got Oscar. Then I sent an invite to Derek too, so we'll probably pop on here. So we opened up with an Ancient Death live, actually, which was recorded at O'Brien's or something. I don't know if you got to look at that, Jerry.
No, I think I joined just after that.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
Hold on a sec. I'm going to just put it up for 1 sec, and then you tell me.
Yeah,
Is that one of the newer joints?
No, that place has been around for a while.
Oh, that's that song. Okay.
Oh, the song. Yeah, the song is a new song.
That's the song, Jerry, that I was telling you with the Pink Floyd. I hear Pink Floyd in that song.
Yeah, that right now. That's
that particular part. What I'm hearing right there.
Yeah, yeah. It's like.
What's the name of the song, brother?
Violet Light Decays.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's like All of Us in Ancient Death. It's like our favorite song from our batch right now.
That's O'Brien's. That small ass stage is unmistakable.
Yeah. But
so, yeah, man, sounded evil. It did, man. So it was definitely sick.
Yeah, that was the first song written for this new batch of songs, and you know, I just clean guitar in my bedroom and was like, wow, like this sounds really gnarly. I was like, I wonder what it would sound like if we put some, death metal behind it.
A little vocal energy behind there.
It's really it honestly, I feel like right now it captures every part of Ancient Death really well.
It reminds me of the other songs, so that's always a good signal, you know?
Yeah. There's a lot of fast parts, like very fast, like early Morbid Angel-y kind of sections, and then there's just those slower autopsy disembowelment kind of while still having kind of our own flair.
Hold on 1 sec. I'm just having that little technical, not an internet technical, I don't think.
I'm here in the background, guys. I'm just
run the show for me. Dark Landscapes of Total Death. Exactly, dude. Pink Floyd, but not Pretty Boy Floyd. So I'm gonna play this. This was sent to me by Arturo. I think he's from Mexico. This is a band that you guys. This is a band, not that Arturo. This is a band that you guys played with up in Mass. But this is a live. I'm gonna play a song from their live set, Ascend Dead. Sick Death Metal is what we're playing on here. Death Metal Podcast. I never heard of that one band, Drakama. What's going on, guys?
Yeah, I'm not familiar either.
Yeah, I was trying to present another video, and then I got interrupted by the end of that one. So hold on. Here we go with some new another track I wanted to play. Where the hell is it? Yeah, my man. I put a thing out on Facebook to be like, yo, man, does anyone want to represent anything on Death Metal Podcast tonight? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So one of my buddies, I think he lives in Mexico. His name is Arturo AT. He sent me that in the chat there, the live Ascend Dead. I said, is this your afternoon listening music? He said, definitely, dude, you know? So let's see here.
Yes.
This is. I don't know if this is something to you, Jerry, but we should ask about it afterwards.
Go, forget all the violence, reject in name. Faithless to existence, like the soul was never meant to be saved. Cold like cobras' eyes. Cold like cobras' eyes. Guaranteed to a tale of death. Fear is just a weapon for the brain. Emotionless, frozen weapon set. Glacial, slicing like the blood. Desolate, solitude and something stolen in a bitter winter stain. Resolute, setting the last again. Silently internalizing rage. Like cobras rise. Cold like cobras rise. Look into a cobra's eyes. A cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. A cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. A cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. A cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. Dread in a cobra's eyes. There is no again. Dread in a cobra's eyes. There is no return. Look into a cobra's eyes. A cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. A cobra's eyes, look into a cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. A cobra's eyes, look into a cobra's eyes. Look into a cobra's eyes. A cobra's eyes, look into a cobra's eyes. Dread in a cobra's eyes, never do again. Dread in a cobra's eyes, never do again. Go! So go you can't forget, or the violence forget in your name. Faithless, duty can't rest, the soul was never there till he died!
Democ.
What's up? Dude, that was some sick Big Trouble in Little China visuals there.
Yeah, it was a pretty stupid looking video. Yeah, it was a fan made video, but the song is good, right. You know? It's a good song, right?
Yeah, dude, that sounds like
Cobra Commander's theme song.
Like ripping
Yo, they were good live, actually. Dimmock.
Yeah.
John Graves saying, what's up, Derek? You guys were doing, what do you call it? The LP trading thing, like selling fan to fan, friend to friend you were talking about earlier?
No, dude, John Gray just sent me the sickest fucking ripping corpse shirt, bro.
Yeah, me too, man.
So
Thanks,
sick.
John.
Thank you for that, John.
Bro.
Ripping corpse.
We made new shirts,
Love ripping
Undergang.
shirts.
If anybody's
those-
interested.
Yeah.
That graphics
They
fucking.
look
Did you
fit.
draw that? Did Dave draw that?
Yeah. There's a series of Undergang shirts, and also there's some new stuff that Necroharmonic and Rotters put it out with Sequestrium as well.
Yeah, dude, that's a great band.
So
Undergang
that's
shirts
an exclusive info.
exclusive to Necro and Rotter.
Yeah,
He's an amazing artist too, Dave
Yeah.
Nicholson.
it's a cool dude, man. Good
He's
guy, you know?
great. He put out the Head Rot demo LPs, the 2 double LPs.
Yeah, I got it, man. I don't know if it's on hand right now. I was
super
I was
grateful
actually
for that.
cleaning up, so I wouldn't put up flags tonight. I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll like clean up my tapes and stuff. You know?
Yeah, he did a great
Imagine
job.
that.
Great job. He did an excellent job on it.
Yeah, I think it looked all right. I was like, all right, cool, man. It actually looks cool. You know what? There was something I wanted to show here. Shout out to this guy because he drew the cover for the Ceremonium shirt we made. Let me put myself on solo. Necromaniac Zine from Germany.
Oh wow.
Necromaniac.
Yeah, bro. This guy is the guy that did the cover for the Fading Cry thing, dude. Look at this.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is a sick zine, right?
Sick.
Yeah, is that a new
Sick.
zine?
No, it's not even that new. It's like 2 or 3 years old, so I can't
Okay.
even imagine what his next level one is like. But look at the art in it. He drew a lot of the arts and shit.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
amazing.
Shout out to him, man.
Yeah,
Gonna
looks-
be
looks
sending
awesome.
him a nice care package soon.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, it looks great.
Love the old school, man.
Absolutely.
You got to
Black and
represent
white.
it, you know? I mean, that is a little old, but I wanted to show that on here just to say what's up to him. And his name is Thomas Westapel. He did art for a couple bands, but he did art for a new release on Necroharmonic Rotter, which is this. So
Oh,
we did
yeah.
the shirt
man.
art, you know?
Mhm.
Dude, sick. I
Yeah,
downloaded
we made some of the shirts
digital.
yesterday. I was like testing out the joint, you know?
I
Mhm.
downloaded the digital on that.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
That's great.
Hell
That was
yeah.
in that was like a raw. That's raw. That's Ceremonium raw.
What'd you
Oh,
think?
yeah.
Raw.
What'd you make of that?
Well, we understand we have the ear for it, so
Yeah,
we get it
yeah.
right away. We get it
Yes.
right out the gate. Where some listeners, like you got to
That's
be in that
literally like
realm.
an early like practice of Ceremonium recorded like at like a like like when you go to like a rehearsal studio and they like left all their
Yeah.
gear there and they left like the thing
Let's
you could
record
just go
this
record
live.
your own stuff with.
Yeah.
Well, it's like
Yeah.
listening to vulgar necrolatry, like Porn's demo.
Yeah.
Very poor quality.
Yeah.
The original one was very hard to hear, but you knew what it was, and it was epic.
It
and
was brutal.
classic. Yeah, so-
yeah.
Once you get the ear for that, you're all set. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you gotta have an ear for it. I never thought about
Yeah.
that, Oscar.
Oh, absolutely.
People
Yeah,
are
you
scared
do.
of-
You do.
Yeah, I
I
guess
kinda
so. I
thought
mean,
that way
you know
too.
what? I got an ear for it. Turn it the fuck up, man. You know, like
Yeah.
that's what every time someone says, like, you got to whatever, and I'm like, well, just turn it up, man. You know, like,
Yep.
that's it.
Put it
You
on a
wanna hear it
stereo.
better?
Put it on a stereo.
Yeah, put it on
with a
fucking,
good
put it on a
EQ.
real stereo and not your phone.
Yep.
Because this thing, I mean, this thing's a fucking tin can, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Like when you hear sound coming out of here, if you got your earbuds in, it does feel kind of full.
Well,
But,
if I
like,
get to my screen,
Compared to like a stereo, like when you hear sound coming out of a stereo,
That's-
dude,
Yeah.
yeah, it's its own
that's
fucking
my
world.
stereo. See that right there?
Yeah.
This is my office stereo.
This-
I'm
when
trying to
you
get it
hear
in the
sound
frame.
coming out of a stereo, dude, that's like,
See that in the back there? I got an EQ, a receiver, a CD player, a tape player, and a VHS player.
yeah, nice EQ. I need another E EQ.
Yeah, you could kind of see it. Like I just put it on the screen. I don't know. I'm not right. Like
Yeah, I need another EQ. I have a digital EQ in this one, but like sometimes like you want extra EQ power.
yeah. And I got all that shit. Like some of it, I got at like a legit
The
secondhand place.
EQ is mint. I'm not alone. You know what though? I saw a second stereo on your other shelf too, so you're a lot like me, huh?
Well, I got a living room. My vinyl's in the living room right now, so I got another whole unit for that. Like it's a whole
Right.
different. This
That's
is
what
just
I'm
to
like,
play
too.
my tapes and CDs in here.
I have three listening stations in my house, literally, dude. I have one here, one in the what I call the weed room or the studio, and the other is outside of that, which is like my work area. That's like tapes and Spotify. The studio is like records only, no internet, and the ASR 10. And then up here is like the death metal, the demos. But I will listen to. I brought a CD tape player down into the other like smaller room because there was a few tapes I wanted to listen to. I was like, man, I wanted to get psyched up to get that BC Rich fully engaged.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jerry, did you see that?
Yeah, so I'm like, I want to
Yeah.
listen to some like autopsy friggin' records and like, you know what I mean? Feel excited to like.
He's got the Kaler on that thing too, Jerry.
Yeah, I know.
You gotta clean that thing up and get
that
it
thing is
serviced.
legendary.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll take my time and just like have some of my friends like mention how to service it. I mean, Roger from Mortician told me which parts to get. He told me about Allen keys, etc. You know, other people told me take it apart and clean it up, get all the gunk out of there, you know.
Yeah.
So that's
See,
what I
I'm
want to
like-
do.
I'm lazy. I like to go to like guitar techs and like have them serviced because if they fuck it up, then I can bring it back.
Yeah, I don't have that. See, living rurally, like you are depraved of that type of stuff, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
you literally have to be your own technician, basically.
And you save a lot of money too doing it. You know, like
I don't want to be. I would like to just give it to some guy and be like, all right, $80, hook it up, you know? But the thing is,
Do it
like,
up.
I
Put the
have
pickups
to
on it.
literally be the technician here. It's the
Yeah.
same with
Yeah,
screen
Jerry,
printing.
you could do a lot of work on your own guitars too.
Yeah, like I learned how. Like I actually worked with a guy who runs his own guitar company, and
Yeah.
and I like. I mean, since I was a teenager, I like tried figuring out how to like fix my instruments myself, just because like I couldn't afford bringing it to places. Plus, you know, playing in a touring band and stuff, or you know, or with touring bands, it's like it's kind of important to know like. Cool. Like if
I'm
something
scared
goes
to
wrong-
hand my guitar to somebody and they're gonna be like, bro, this bowed out neck, and I'm like, no, man, just leave it. I'm good. You know?
Yeah.
We're
I
really
mean,
lucky.
I ruined a lot of guitars to figure out how to work on them. So
Yeah.
hopefully it
We're
works.
lucky. We got a guy up here. He's like a guitar tech for like Allman Brothers guy. And
Okay.
he lives like
I
down
heard
the
about
road.
him.
Yeah, he's like down the street. So like when he's in town, I cram my guitars in with him, setups or whatever, basses, guitars.
I think
He
you
works on
shouted him out on here once before, dude. You're like,
Yeah, he
it's
works
like
on
in the
amps and
Allman
shit.
Brothers or something.
Yeah, he works on heads, cabs.
Oh
So
shit.
Yeah, we're lucky to have him around. But there's another
Yeah,
good
you
guitar
are.
shop there too. They do really good work and they fix a lot of shit for me.
Where do you buy your instruments up there? Is there a spot? You got a spot, or
Not really.
tonight the internet is where you just
I
go
mean,
to the
there's-
guitar center
There's some
or
places sometimes, but like
friend to
it's
friend, friend to friend,
Sweetwater.
it's weird. There's like
Sweetwater.
sometimes you'll find like really cool things in just like thrift shops and stuff. Like the bass that Jasmine uses for Ancient Death is like a '90s BC Rich Warlock bass, and I found that thing literally like when I was a teenager. There was a thrift store, and I got it for $60. You know, it was
Yeah.
like insane. It was
Damn.
really cheap.
Somebody
And,
wants
now
to
they
know
go
what
for
you're drinking,
1,000
Derek.
now.
They're like,
Yeah,
what is
well,
Derek
he
drinking?
wanted more. I was like, I only have $60, man, but I'll buy it now. And he's like, okay.
Liquid
But
death. Fake
Liquid
water
death.
in a can.
Liquid.
Canned
death.
water.
Canned water.
Mountain water.
We're straight on here. This is the straight. Maybe Jerry drinks, so I think Oscar drinks too. But
Yeah, I drank.
Yeah,
this
I
half
I've
is the
been
straight
sober
edge
for like
stuff.
9 years almost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm on
gonna
11
have to,
years. No
Often
alcohol.
do-
I might have to pour me. Let me show you something.
You know what's so weird? Like 11 years alcohol free. Like if you knew me, like when I was in my alcohol phase, you would not even like want to hang with me or talk to me or anything, dude. You know, like you'd be like, "Fuck that guy, man." I mean, me and Derek knew each other, but I don't think I was out of full control.
Well, that was the
back-
innocent days, though. Roy.
Yeah,
It
we
was
were
the
like little kids, dude. You know?
Yeah. Well, it's cool, but I like hanging out with like Jerry and Ray and they're drinking. They're fun to be around
Yeah.
because they're like good kids, good
Well, I
people.
like that too. I mean, I
Yeah.
was in a studio at the Meat Locker where they throw death metal shows and stuff. So,
Yeah.
like, the people there were all like younger cats, and they were into recording and bands. And they had a band called Dutch Guts who played like a lot of shows, tours. You know what I mean? So, like, I gelled with them instantly for some reason. Like, if you're like a musician-y kind of like recordy guy and super friggin' passionate about your shit, it's like you can be friggin' 18 to friggin' 90, and I'm like, what's up, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, same. I mean, you know, we got age variety in Ancient Death for sure.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
These guys are like late 20s. I'm like late 40s. You know, like
Yeah.
I'm the big brother for sure. You know, like big brother. But we all feel like the same age. It's an ageless thing because
it is
you know,
ageless.
Like
you know
we
what I
all
think
are
is
into the
cool
same
about like
thing.
metal? Like I don't know if it's just death metal, because I want to only say it's death metal, but like it's very like communal, right? Like there's like you meet other death metalers and it's like, yeah, man, you want to chill out, you know, or you go to a show and like you go hang out with them without even really knowing them, you know?
Oh yeah.
I like that feeling.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because when you see like, you would think these guys were from the 80s. Like when they played in Garroted, he had the Possessed Seven Churches shirt on with like bullet belts, totally authentic, knew all the like old school shit. So you would even know it initially meeting them. Like they were into like the classic stuff, you know?
Hell yeah, best scene in the world, community.
Dude, for sure.
It felt good to see you out there with Atheist, Jerry, because you are young, you know? So we're just like, holy shit, dude, look at this guy, man.
Yeah, I'm really, really grateful for that you know.
You're like, oh, you
From,
want me to play Unquestionable Presence? No problem.
Dude, that's like
from the videos
like,
that I saw
record
that I've been seeing on YouTube, Jerry. It seems like it was a good turnout, huh? As far as crowd wise.
Yeah, and the tour was insane. It was really weird for me too because this is such a transitional time in terms of the type of metal I'm doing. Because it's like obviously with Ancient Death, like we're kind of more underground right now, and Atheist is like an established band that's been around for over 30 years. So to like, just it's the same scene, but it's different, you know, like and
right.
It's you just nailed it, dude.
Yeah.
It's the same scene, but it's different. There's so many different scenes in the scene.
It's weird for me because, like, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like, see, like in LA, like it was like that was probably the biggest show we had played, and that's by far the biggest crowd I've played in front of. And it was like when I look at photos now, I'm like, holy shit, I can't believe there was that many people. But for me, when I'm there, it's like, even if we're doing like a gig and there's only 20 people or something, you know, like, I played some local shows and stuff when I was younger that had like no one there. For me, it's always just about giving it my all. So it's like, I never really,
the performance any different.
Yeah. It's like, as long as one person was affected and it made their night, like to me that but that being said though, the turnout
was awesome, bro.
Crazy.
No rock stars here, brother.
Yeah.
It's so
you be playing Maryland, right? Maryland.
Carolee Schaefer is one of the coolest dudes out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Kelly's the
Watch the video of Atheist at Milwaukee Metal Fest 1990.
So funny story. That's like one of my all-time favorite videos ever. Like since I was like got into Atheist, that was like the video I had watched, and we actually got to play Milwaukee. And they hadn't played there since that show in '90s. So I was like, "Oh fuck!" Like, oh my God, this is crazy. And you know, we're touring with Cynic, and Cynic played that same day too.
That's so sick, dude.
So, but for me, it was like, "Oh my God!" Like this is insane.
What's
like,
up, Mark Cooper Art?
You know?
Yo, you guys should check out Mark Cooper Art, dude. It's sick.
Mark Cooper.
Yeah, he has good stuff.
Yeah.
He did the cover for The Primitive.
Oh, really? Oh, like all of them?
Yeah.
Like all of them?
Whatever. No, the one with the red demon thing.
Oh, okay.
The first one.
The first one. Because I got the 7-inch. I only have the 7-inch, like, and I got some digital. I think I have that one on digital, the first one.
Hold on, we're gonna play some new stuff. This band, I wanted to play this video. This was exclusive for Death Metal Podcast. I hope this plays because I had to encode it like 4 different times. This was from Putridarium.
Oh,
and they sent a video like 2 days ago because I was like, yo, send me a video from the bunker, dude, you know?
Sick, dude, yeah.
And they're like, all right, we'll make you a video.
Check it out.
And I was like, yeah, I'm going on with Ancient Death. And like, so they made a video for us.
Oh, that's sick.
That's great.
Cheers!
Cheers, Ancient Death!
Let's move on!
right. So, Death Metal Podcast. It was a small
Man.
exclusive because you couldn't see it,
That
but
was
you could
heavy,
hear it,
man.
right?
That
Well,
was
sound
heavy.
quality was good on my end.
Yeah, sound quality.
Yeah,
I
the
was
sound
like,
quality
you know
was
what?
great.
I was like, I don't know if I'm going to show this, but I was like, I listened to it like 3 times. I was like, I'm definitely fucking showing this. This is
Yeah.
Sound quality
brutal.
was fucking excellent.
So
Yeah.
good.
So shout out to Putridarium.
Hell yeah. That's
Again,
heavy.
they are doing the split with Ancient Death. So this is their side of the cover, actually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, dude! Like, come in with some hard stuff, Jerry. Like, I think that's a good combination between like the two bands.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're cool
Let's
guys.
see the Ancient Death, Roy, again.
Yeah.
Cover. Yeah.
So this is coming out on Necroharmonic Rotter. Look out for that soon. You know, we're not even gonna play the song. We want you to buy the shit.
Hell yeah.
You know, go see the band live if you want to hear the song. If they even play it, dude.
Yeah,
they might have
there's
passed
no
that
song.
stage in life.
I gotta get you guys to Miami, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Gotta make it
Miami
happen.
wants Ancient Death. Who
Yeah.
else?
It's
What
popping
other?
off in Miami again too. It seems like there's a lot of shit down there again.
Good scene down here. Good scene.
Yeah, I always joke around that like even though because I'm too young, so I missed obviously like the first like big death metal boom
It
down
was
there.
very short.
But my mom's from Florida, so I always
Mm.
joke around that that's where that comes from for me. Is
Mm,
death metal comes from.
Why?
there.
yeah.
That's cool, man.
Awesome.
Was she from Tampa?
No, like Orlando.
They're still popping there.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Shout out to Vacuous Depths
Hell yeah, bro.
in
The only
Orlando.
band in Florida I ever corresponded with back then was Ass.
Shout out to Collapser.
Bring out Ancient Death to New Orleans. Hell
Dude.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Dude.
close enough. I mean, if you try to
I've never
pull
been
out
there.
that
I've never
routing.
been
Play a show in New Orleans and then come down to Miami.
Yeah, and do Texas, maybe. I mean,
Do like a
Texas
little
probably
run.
would want you.
Yeah,
They
We'll
seem
do
like
a
they're
run of
open
shows.
towards their death metal there and thrash.
yeah.
Yeah.
we-
Alabama,
in general.
too. Alabama's
Come
got
to
a good
Brazil,
scene.
says John Grave.
Hey,
Come
to
promoters out there
explore.
to make it happen. Any
Yeah, he's
promoters
like,
out
I'll
there to
watch
make
you
it happen,
from
email us.
Still
Yeah.
on? Damn. Like, yeah, this is the second stream version of the Ancient Death interview. Come play Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah.
I'm too
Dude,
depressed
yeah,
to
just
drive
saying that,
anywhere.
yeah.
I've been to Huntsville, Alabama. So with Incantation, we got stranded there for this guy that said he set up a show. His name was James. And then we went to the show. It was Skeletal Earth. And like it was like John was like, "Yo, where do we set up our stuff?" And they're like, "Sorry, dude, like, you're not. This guy didn't even. He told you were playing this, and it was like in this big ass barn and all this shit. And like, we were like, what the fuck, dude? Like, why did this guy like bring us here? Like, we could have just drove straight to Texas. You know, it was weird. And then he tried to set up a show on the flip side, and we just were like, hell no, dude, that ain't even gonna happen, dude. You know."
Yeah.
Jerry's mom, being from Florida, explains why he has screws loose. Huntsville's in a nutshell.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was weird. It was cool though. I mean, I liked Alabama in general. The people there are super sick. So the guys from Evoken sent me something rare, but I'm probably gonna end the show with that. So like in the middle of our live stream, I guess Vince from Evoken probably was Vince or John or somebody was probably watching it. So he sent me like a video during the middle of it to show like during the live stream or whatever. So shout out to Evoken, dude.
Hell yeah.
Probably Vinny, because he's texted me in the middle of it. So
Vinny.
yeah, Vinny, what's up, man? I wanted
What's
to
up,
play
Vinny?
this
guys.
other band, which is it's members of Putridarium. Yes, those are members of
Let's do it.
Putridarium. Yeah, a little
Yeah,
different, obviously too. Different style, right? Heavy, still
Yeah.
heavy.
Heavy.
I like this comment right here. I like logos made of objects like Impetigo, exploding zombies. Definitely, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
The-
those logos that are made of objects. They're sick.
Yeah, Impetegos have got
Jamming out
several.
all badass.
Yeah.
If Ancient Death plays
that shit was
Atlanta,
heavy, bro.
I'll get some footage of the show. Sick, bro.
Right on.
Hell
Definitely,
yeah.
man.
I
That'll
have some
happen
family
soon.
down that way, so
Cool.
probably
Let's
be
see
down
if we can
there.
get Ancient Death a little U.S. tour from coming, all the way down to
Couple
Miami.
shows in a row, if you route them, that's like, I mean, Jerry
Yeah.
probably learned a little something
gotta get
about
a route.
touring from the routing, right?
Oh yeah, you betcha.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah.
Feel
Yeah,
good
right
to
on.
be out with two bands that you were out with Cynic too. So
Oh yeah.
which you were
Absolutely.
another
That was a heavy
fan,
hitting tour.
fanboy of. No,
I'm a huge Focus probably is in my top 3 records
nice.
if I had to put it in there.
Yeah. Does
Yeah,
Jasmine want to come on?
I don't know.
Kelly
said
probably
she's
would. He's a
too
kind of guy.
misanthropic to be on with us, basically.
Yeah,
She's like, fuck that.
she hates all us people.
She's like,
Yeah.
I'm behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Like,
Some
I write
people
the
just
music
aren't
here.
big on
No,
the
I
stream.
understand that. I understand. I told Jerry in my text, I said, you know what? After I do these fucking shows, like, I hate myself. Like, I don't look at myself on fucking camera.
Yeah.
It's like the pure purpose of this seems only to spread fucking info. I don't know. Like, I mean, if
Yeah.
I know some shit, I mean, it's kind of cool if I could go on here and talk about it, right? 91
Yeah.
Cynic demo is godly.
Yeah.
Well, I agree. Like demos and LPs are like totally different beasts.
They
It's
are,
like-
man.
It's like massacres. Are
They
great
become like
example.
their own albums, right? Demos.
Yeah. Like
Oh.
a massacre. I was just talking to these guys the other day. It was like last night or whatever. I'm like,
Oh yeah.
my favorite Rick Ross shit is the massacre demos.
Yeah.
That's my favorite shit. It's in it because it's such a different like style of riffing, and like Leprosy was classic, of course, but like those demos, it's just such a fucking
I remember I got that Japanese pressing of some demo CD thing,
yeah.
I was
That's
supposed
the
to
one
put that out, dude. Like me and Rick,
Oh.
not Rick Ross, myself and Cam Lee, like talked about putting that out, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
But he didn't really send very much stuff, and I was confused. I was like, "Do you want to put out a Necroharmonic discography? Because we really get extensive, dude.
Mhm.
Wow. Yeah.
So it came out real fast on Iron Pegasus Records alongside
Yeah.
Poison, who they also put out way faster than I did.
But
So, yeah.
yeah, it's like so good, man. Like the riffs are like perfect. Every riff is like nonstop. Like, but then the LP, I can't listen to really,
Yeah, Baphomet Realities compared to Dead Shell and Her at the Earth is like night and day.
Definitely. The 7-inch, the Baphomet 7-inch with the white cover, with
Oiled
the red,
in blood.
the red logo was one of the first things I ever got
Yeah.
at a show. I got that.
You never forget your first 7-inch.
Yeah, that was one of the first 7-inches, Death Metal 7-inch I ever got. Baphomet, dude. And it's like so good compared to me. I like it a lot better than the full length.
This is a pretty sick comment. I swear that's not Paul singing death vocals on the early Cynic demos, but he swears it is. How?
It
Interesting.
is definitely Paul Masvidal.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Actually. People know their shit on here, man, which I like because I know I'll be self-proclaimed here to not really know much about Atheist and not know much about Cynic. I know Atheist demo. the
Yeah.
most.
Yeah.
That's the most like thing to me,
Well, the Piece of Time's like my era,
Yeah, I
So
never
that-
really listened to that record. It was like
That
I don't
one-
think I
Was it
gave
my
it a
record?
good listen back then.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
listened. I messed with Piece of Time pretty hard when it came out.
it seems like a
Yeah,
lot of
but-
people did. Hey,
was like
Andre
by myself.
Peters. What's up, brother?
What's up, Andre?
Andre,
Pizza time, yes.
yeah.
I was
I
just
pizza
texting
earlier
him.
tonight.
Well, it's really cool too because you can hear the progression of their style change with each album. Like they always have their core Atheist element in it, but like the first one's like thrashy, second one's like really jazzy and kind of weird and out of the box, and the third one, like Elements, is like super groovy, you know. Like all three of those, like each one was different, even though they're still
That's
sound
how
like,
Gorguts went too, right?
yeah, Gorguts too, yeah, like
demo into the
oh, man.
Lavinity or something. I love
Yeah,
that demo.
yeah.
And then they put
Dude.
out an album, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
And then after that, and then I saw one of those bands live, because I've seen Atheist live, I've seen Gorguts live, I've seen Pestilence live, and by the time I had seen them, all the bands had changed. So like the original Pestilence Carcass tour or whatever. In New York, the show was canceled for Pestilence, so we didn't get to see them. I mean, it was very disappointing, actually, because everyone was super into consuming Impulse at that moment.
That was
So they had not played the New York version of that. The West Coast got it, but the East Coast, a couple shows, they didn't get that. I didn't get that. I was very pissed off, actually, because I was like, I can't wait to see Pestilence and Carcass, dude.
Yeah.
It was Church House Inn up here, that show. I went to that show.
Did Pestilence play that version?
No, it was just Carcass, Phlegm, and Death.
Right. That's a sick show.
It might have been another opener, but I don't remember.
I'm just in general, like that just sounds like such a sick show. Like, you know what I mean? It's like,
it might have been Vital. It might have been Vital and Phlegm, to be honest.
Carcass.
I think it was Vital. Vital ended up doing it. In Phlegm, so it was like Vital, Phlegm, Carcass.
All right, we got technical Gorguts soon on tour. With Blood Incantation.
Yeah, they're coming.
I heard about
next month or whatever.
That Pestilence followed consuming Impulse broke my black heart.
Ah, bummer. I love that. I love Testimony and Spheres.
I never even heard him. I never even heard him.
Is 9 million miles away from Considered Dead and considered straight up Tampa death metal 100%.
I think both albums have their place. I'm a more fan of the first one, but Jerry loves the second one more.
Right.
That's what's like cool about a lot of bands, is the fact that like that's how you can tell that they're a really good band, is like the fact that people are almost arguing about which album's their favorite, or which one is like more important, and it's like really cool to see the the different styles that we're all into definitely like skew our opinion on that for sure, because we both obviously love both those albums, but it's like funny that we'll go back.
I think the last Pestilence album that I bought was Testimony of the Ancients.
Yeah,
that was the last one I think that I
bought.
I like that one.
Spears gets a bad rep probably because of the production. It's kind of out there, but it has some pretty catchy riffs. And
but shortly after that, I stepped away from the scene for a little bit. So I stopped buying stuff.
Yeah.
That's when I
haven't even heard anything past Consuming. I don't even. It's so.
Oh
funny.
Really?
It's so
man.
weird. Yeah.
Testimony was it for me. But I find myself now going back and listening to albums like back then where I was like like say Suffocation, like it wasn't a band that I was like, oh man, I gotta go listen to them, or I gotta buy their albums. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I heard them. I play. I seen them live and everything, but I never like I never bought an album from them. But nowadays, when I listen to the albums, I'm like, man, this is pretty fucking good,
Yeah.
So
it's kind of strange.
It's kind of cool that I go back and listen to albums that I didn't give it a good listen to back then, and I listen to them now, and I appreciate them more now.
Yeah.
Or I'm like, damn, this shit is brutal,
Well, it's funny you've mentioned that, because it's like I feel like similarly sometimes it's like, oh man, I slept on this band, but I've also it's been the opposite for me too, where I've gone back to albums I used to absolutely love when I was younger, like a younger teen, getting into more of the death metal stuff, and then and now listening to it, I'm like, I don't really like that anymore, like.
Oh yeah.
It hit me in the same way.
Lost Cat in the House. Sorry, guys.
Yours is the opposite way of me.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally there's a lot. Actually, there's a lot of bands that I used to hate when I was younger that I love now, and
same.
Well, Yeah, you know what though? To Jerry's credit, they got me into some old records that kind of skipped my radar, like the first Gorman. I never like heard that, and then we went on our weekend run, the Baltimore gig, and they were bumping that shit on the van. I'm like, wow, I can't believe I haven't heard this album, and I listen to it in my car all the time.
Necro Harmonic put that out like way before anyone even gave it.
Dude, oh, what a banger, dude! Like, thanks, Jerry
Demos
Ray,
and the
for
7-inch are bangers. They're actually my faves.
Killer shit. Like, I can't believe I skipped that band, you know?
I mean, I'd skipped it too originally, so don't feel bad. And we still, like, just years and years and years ago, kind of just like rediscovered it, and then was touch base with the band and everything, and like they provided like a biography and photos and all kinds of stuff. So like it's interesting to see the rise of the Ending Quest, especially. But I mean, the album is like an epic fucking release.
Oh,
you know?
Yeah, really good, dude.
Good.
Love it. Really good shit, man. Ending
Definitely.
Quest. Good
So
album.
let's play another song because the chat's wilding out. I saw her hiding there, Jasmine. We're gonna play some Ancient Death anyway. So that song was getting too long for me. It was gross. So next up, though, we're gonna rock. I wanted to play this live song earlier, obviously, but as I mentioned, I don't want to mix the music in with the interviews. So check it out. So we're back. Death Metal Podcast. What's going on? So that was an old that was an live performance from RPM Fest.
Yeah.
Oh, I was at the RPM Fest.
Yeah, that was hot. I mean, and you had that Lush shirt on. I saw at the end Derek had to have his symbol replaced or something by somebody on the side.
Like fell over and somebody like picked it up for me and put it back. Yeah. It's like a drug riser thing. But it's an interesting story about that day. That
talk
night,
to us about that, because that video
that night was the night that Jerry was confirmed that he would be playing an Atheist. So we played that, and we were all amped from that. And then, like, you know, he got the news that, you know, it was going to be time for him to start, you know, getting things going for the new Atheist lineup. So it's kind of cool, you know what I mean? I was like, oh, I was really stoked that night. You know, it was a lot of, like, good energy, you know.
Yeah, there's a good energy in that show in general.
You know what I mean? And so, you know, it was cool. It was a really cool day. You know,
everyone talking in the chat about the way Ray's dressed, but it's like, you know what? Like, in a weird way, like, he looks like he was in Toxic too, wasn't he? So like he goes way back. He goes way back.
Well, he did a guitar tech, helped him out a little bit with that as a guitar tech. But Ray is the most authentic motherfucker. So and like, remember, this was a fest on Labor Day weekend, and it was like 98 degrees out.
Hot.
It was a hot day, and
I know. I remember it. I remember it. So
like Ray knows how to dress when it's hot out. You know what I mean? Like, he ain't wearing like fucking layers when
what inspired the atmosphere on Sacred Vessel? That's something I look for on music.
Jerry, you can answer
that. It definitely goes out to you, Jerry and Jazz.
Oh boy.
What's up, Jazz?
How's it going? How are you?
Good.
I was not anticipating on.
Yeah, I know. I was like, hey, let's.
Jasmine, yeah, come on, Jasmine. You know, like, you're in Ancient Death too, so basically, you know, we know, like, it's not easy to talk on here, obviously, at all times, but obviously, like, you know, you could be part of the conversation too. You know.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I guess in terms of the inspiration for the atmosphere, for Sacred Vessel, I don't know. For me, it was like I just was writing songs that I wanted to hear that I felt like I hadn't heard before, and like a combination of all the things I like about music. But also, I feel like it's similar to the lyrical themes on the album about human emotions. There's so many things that we go through, whether it's happiness, sadness, anger, joy, you know, whatever it is, and those all make us who we are. And to me, I like my music kind of like that too. I don't want it to just be fast the whole time. I mean, there's certain bands for that, and it works. And if you want to listen to that, then, you know, you have your Slayer or whatever. And then you know, there's bands that just are slow.
Well, your band kind of fits into the category of where you could actually like because, like, I don't know, there's like some kind of ambient, I don't know what the word is, but basically like thematic feel to what you recorded. So like, in a weird way, in advance, your band feels like it could put out like literally like more thematic, like
I mean, I like really cinematic records. Like, I know a lot of people hate them, but I don't
like it's like a play.
Like
I mean, I like cinematic records actually,
but like
occasionally.
Like, I love the Joshua Tree from U2, honestly, and like, whatever your opinion is on U2, like, you can't deny that when you look at that album cover or the art, the photography and artwork, and then you listen to that, you don't feel like you're on a journey or something, you know? I feel like there's a lot of bands that can really do that. Like, I don't know, that's how I feel about like listening to like Death Symbolic or something.
I grew up listening to Mark Knopfler records, so I get it.
I mean, King Crimson, like In the Court of the Crimson King, like all that shit. Like I don't know, I like music that takes you on a I don't know.
Yeah, Court of the Crimson. Yeah, that record actually, that was very like thematic and
it gets really chaotic, and I don't know, I like dynamics and
heavy
music.
But then slow and kind of doomy.
All sorts of shit going on.
It's like you see like even I love like the Studio Ghibli movies from like Miyazaki, and specifically the composer Joe Hisaishi, who did all the scoring work for Miyazaki's films.
Oh yeah.
And when you listen to that music,
School
like,
me,
it
Jerry,
really
please.
invokes like a certain emotion, and it can be like, you know, all those different emotions. Like there's things I've listened to him that make me like, you know, yeah, and then there's other stuff that he like writes for those movies that's just like so gut wrenching, it just makes me want to cry. You know, it's like that to me is like real genuine music, and I don't know, I just hope that comes across.
Even Pink Floyd, like they come with like all these like different feels on each record, right? Like
Oh,
in
yeah.
a weird way. Like
A
they
Pillow
have
of
like
Wings.
or eras because like they have like the early era, which is like the happy whimsical stuff. Then you have like the noise kind of eerie, good
Yeah,
atmosphere.
experimental kind of.
Yeah, then you have like a
more-
rock eras, you know. But even as they went on, it's like say in the later records, it felt like they were, you know, moving more into the thematic kind of like
Yeah, operatic, weird.
Yeah, concepts
Yeah.
and
Took it all and Mitch mashed
even the
it.
Roger Waters stuff. Like eventually, I didn't
Yeah,
like his
yeah.
earlier stuff, but then the later stuff, I was like, yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
You know what it was when I watched The Wall on acid as a kid? That changed my life. You know what I mean? I was like,
All of
what?
us.
Like, you gotta watch
All
Was
of
that
this.
like a rite of passage for our age, dude? Just out
Yeah,
of
that was
curiosity,
like-
because I did that. I
Yeah,
think me and
everyone had
Oscar
to.
also did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Well,
was
see,
like
we did, Roy.
I would
That's
like
our
to ask in
my
the chat. Was it?
generation too, or
Was it?
whatever.
Yeah. Was it? Is it a rite of passage in teenage years to watch The Wall on acid?
dude,
Has
everyone
anyone
had
not
to.
done that? Just out of
It's like
curiosity.
the whole Wizard of Oz dark side thing too, you know?
Yeah, that
There's
came
always
later
the-
for me, so I
Well,
did
there was-
try to.
there's-
I wasn't on
there's-
acid at that stage.
There was 3 videos that I saw in a row and on acid, and the first one was heavy metal,
Mm.
and then the second one was
Heavy metal.
Misfits at Irving Plaza, like the last the shows with the Necros tour.
Yeah,
Which was really cool to watch on acid, like insanely good. And then The Wall was the last one. Like
we
all in a row.
forced this kid to watch Cannibal Holocaust on acid one time, which I feel bad now about.
Yeah, that's rough.
So,
I can watch that straight or like whatever. But
I know.
on acid, I'd be like freaked.
Dude, that
I'm
was
not-
pretty mean. Me and
I'm
my
not
boy
gonna
did
say
that.
what, but I may have been under the influence of something, and I watched The Thing for the first time,
Mm,
and
Oh.
it scared the fucking shit out of me.
get out.
Yeah.
It was like, it still scars me.
Well, no, the only thing I don't like about The Thing, because I love The Thing, it's one of my faves, but like I had a husky for 15 years. So when they do the husky scene, I get all
Oh.
fucked up. 'cause,
Yeah,
like,
no, totally.
I'm like, oh, why are you gonna blow up a husky? Like, why are you gonna do that? Like, you know,
Mm.
they should keep it a Doberman or something. You know, maybe what
We're a little chihuahua.
animals. Like, keep animals out of my gore. Like, cut
Yeah.
heads off, cut people up, fucking slice people up to bits.
Yeah.
But like, lay off the cats. You know,
Yeah.
lay off the dogs.
Absolutely.
You know, leave them
Yeah,
alone.
movies are weird. They can put those emotions in us, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, I'll still like, you know, I still love it. I mean, there's a lot of Fulci and Argento stuff with some animals in it, and I can get through it because it's so good, you know. But
Well, like the question I gotta say is like, what is horror nowadays? Because like in a weird way, it changed. Because like I see a lot of atmospheric horror with the Netflix kind of shows, and then
well,
on
you
the
know
other
what's
hand,
funny?
seeing a lot of
person who
cheap
put it-
gore.
The person who put it best is my girlfriend. She said there's this thing now where every movie has this like spider walking thing where every figure like has this like thing where they go like this, and it's like gotta be in every horror movie, and it's cheesy as fucking hell. Where you know you don't have to have this like cracking head
I've seen that. I've
joint
seen
thing
that
in
actually.
every single movie to make it scary. Like you know what I mean?
A
There's
lot
no
of those ghost movie
creativity.
type ones have that thing.
Yeah, like there's no like natural creativity in horror movies.
Maybe AI makes those movies and like it just puts the same part in every one. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm hoping and
We
praying that
bought this sequence and it costed a lot.
yeah.
So we're
Like, I'm
gonna
not
use
a
every
huge,
movie.
I'm not a huge horror fan, but I love, except for the old, like I love 80s horror movies. But like,
Right.
you know, like Evil Dead and Dead Alive, like, or
Yeah.
like The Shining, even like more, like to me that seemed like more innovative and just like really kind of ahead of its time too, you know. But like when you watch those movies, like the technical effects that they're or special effects that they're using, they might not be like the craziest things that there's around nowadays. But like when you watch Evil Dead and you see the clanimation and the fucking face decomposing and shit, like that shit's horrifying. Like that's like real fucking scary, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm just hoping and praying that they don't do that shit in the new Exorcist remake, you know? Like I hope they. I mean, I'm not expecting any miracles, but you know, that's a lot of shoes to fill in that. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, all of those movies' shoes are huge to fill. Like Halloween's huge to fill. Like Friday the 13th is huge to fill. Like Nightmare on Elm Street's huge to fill. So like,
filmmakers
don't even bother filling yourself with them. I just watched the original ones.
Yeah, it seems like filmmakers have to do what's trending now. You know what I mean? Because they're worried about how many people are going to watch, movie.
I mean, I'm fine with that too, and I think it's cool. So, like, if someone never saw like Halloween and then they showed like a 2023 version of it, like 100%, like you could even use the same fucking story, literally, and I'm good with that. You know.
Well, basically enough, my favorite Halloween movie, it doesn't even have Michael Myers in it.
Right.
It's the Season of the Witch, the third one.
It's just part 3, Season of the Witch
that's
with
the best one,
the
dude.
masks.
That's the best.
That one is gory.
One. It's the best one.
Yeah, it is. That one's pretty gory.
You know what I mean? It's so cool. It's creepy. It's got that crazy song in it. You know.
This creepy song.
So good, dude. And it's just got that old feel to it, the Carpenter shit. And, you know.
Yeah. What movie?
It's Halloween 3.
Oh.
The one without
Season of the Witch?
Yeah, the one without Michael Myers in it.
Yeah.
Season of the Witch.
I've been meaning to watch that.
Oh, please do, Jeff.
It was confusing when it came out because we were all wanting the other thing, and then they put out one that didn't go with the other one, so we're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's so cool,
but at the same time, later, it's good.
Yeah.
Someone also recommended Killjoy or somebody had told me, he's like, yo, you should watch I don't think it was The Omen 2. I forget which one it was. It was like Amityville 2 or something.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, yeah, that's pretty fucking good, man.
Yeah, it's like Exorcist 3. Exorcist 3 is great, dude.
Yeah, that was good.
Super Shamrock.
Shamrock.
Yeah, the music.
Eric, it's no Ginger Dead Man.
It's no Ginger Dead Man. Classic right there. Classic fucking Gary Busey horror right there.
So if you guys don't fuck with extreme horrors, Jerry, what do you mess with, like movie wise?
Oof,
I'm more a series guy lately because
like romantic drama things or kids movies.
Yeah, kids movies.
Yeah, I have too much anxiety and negative shit going on in real life to want more.
Too much
so I'm fine with my fucking. Well, I guess the Dark Crystal's pretty.
Dude,
evil.
Wow, that's a hard.
Yeah, that's pretty dark.
That's pretty hard.
The Dark Crystal.
Yeah, I love that.
What about that other one, Legend? Remember Legend?
Legend was sick.
What about H&R Puffin stuff? Anyone fuck with that?
Oh, whoa. Oh, we're getting real fucking deep
that
here.
Fucking green monster, dude?
Yeah. Legend or Labyrinth, dude. Labyrinth was sick.
Labyrinth?
Labyrinth.
Yeah, Labyrinth was a good one.
Populous.
Yeah,
it's a good movie, though.
Yeah. Clash of the Titans.
With the flying.
Dope.
Like
that movie with the flying fucking dog, where the girl's like on the flying dog. Which one is that one?
The Never Ending Story?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone said Gremlins.
Gremlins. Yeah.
Gremlins 2, bro. Gremlins 2, dude.
Yeah, Gremlins 2 is awesome.
Yeah, I like that Medusa.
The newscaster with the newscaster Gremlin when he's like, I'm reporting it, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, I
had a friggin' Calibus mask, and I used it for years on end when I was like a little kid. And then it was like Clash of the Titans, right? It's like the evil fucking demon guy.
Oh, you had the figure, Roy?
I had a mask, like a Halloween mask, and I would wear it.
I had the figure, bro.
Yeah.
Beastmaster too, like that same.
Oh, Beastmaster. Yeah, that was hot.
So
that was definitely a brutal one.
Yeah, that was around the same. You know, I saw Clash of the Titans when I was like 7 or 8. The Beastmaster was like pretty close around there.
Yeah, that was a good movie, The Beastmaster. I just recently
I
saw
used
it
to like
actually.
that one. I'd like to
Sick
watch
shit.
those on like a big ass DVD like screen at this stage, like because
Yeah.
it's like those were at the time kind of like the shit.
Ghostbusters. No, Ghostbusters rules, Frazier. It does. I got
And
to
Death Metal Crypt favorite Godfather 1 and 2. Yeah, you can't get hurt.
Any early
Definitely
Rick Moranis.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Dude, any early Rick Moranis is the shit. That dude is the shit.
Casper, Tootsie,
Like fucking
Tootsie.
what's that?
Time Bandits. All right,
Yeah.
Time
Yeah,
Bandits.
that was a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
What was that?
super sick.
Oh yeah, dude. Both Escape
Those
from
are
New
all.
York.
These are all. Yeah, they're.
Escape from New
makes
York,
me want to
classic.
revisit them, but then I
Any
have to
early
like
De
get in
Niro
mode.
movies.
Oh
too.
yeah.
Any
Dude,
early De
Escape
Niro's
from New
fine,
York
too.
has the best Lawrence Fishburne shit ever done. When he's like the drug dealer guy with the gold tooth, and he's going the scene where they're like buying the coke and like off the guy, and he's like going in there. He's like, I want some root beer, and he fucking shoots the dude. Like that's the best. My favorite.
I
Like
think I'm gonna do another Death Metal Podcast horror edition, but I'll go even down a deeper rabbit hole at this stage,
Yeah.
Which the last one was kind of commercial to me. After I watched it, I was like, this is a little too commercial for me.
Snake
One and a half
Plissken.
of it was pretty brutal.
you should do it based on directors.
I was thinking about doing that based on genres and directors because I know
they'll
about
get you
both.
going with the.
You can't forget about The Thing.
I'm
Yeah,
studied up.
Thing.
I'm not studied on any of the more commercial guys. I'm more studied up on like the Fulci, Argentos, Sergio Martinos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Umberto Lenzi. So
All
like
those,
those would be my lane. Like I could tell like right out of the box. Like
Yeah.
the Italian like crime movies. I watched like probably about 90 of those. So
Well,
like I would definitely be able to talk to those.
Yeah.
The Italian stuff is the best. 80s, Italian 70s,
Yeah.
late 70s, 80s.
Yeah.
That's the best shit. The
And then
slashers.
all the-
and
Filming, the
all the
filming was
spaghetti
really good.
westerns too. Like all the
Oh man,
early
I
Clint
love the Clint Eastwood.
movies,
Yeah.
Western.
No Name trilogy and all that shit.
yeah. Even the new Clint Eastwood movies are hot. Like,
Oh
Yeah,
man, he's awesome, bro.
Dude,
Stayed
that's
hard.
Oh yeah.
great, dude. Fucking
Yeah, he's
Really?
awesome, bro.
It stayed hard 24/7s.
yeah.
Mario
Mario
Bava.
Bava,
Fuck
yeah.
yeah. Dude.
I got a lot of fucking obscure horror.
Meet the
Oh.
Feebles.
Have you guys ever seen that movie Demons?
Yeah,
I
Demon.
think
Yeah.
it's like Will
I
Dendro
saw that movie.
presented it, but it has a pretty killer
The movie
soundtrack.
theater.
What movie?
Demons.
Oh, Demons. Yeah, well, Demons 2 is
I haven't seen that
great
one.
too. Demons 2 has got a great soundtrack. too.
Michele Suave, who was in that movie, he's a director too, and he did the Della Morte, as well as he's in the car in the Gates of Hell where the girl's like intestinally spitting out or whatever.
Oh, shit.
Her guts.
So, like,
That's got a good
Yeah, he
soundtrack.
did that movie, The Sect, which is really a cool, like, satanic-y kind of movie, and another movie called The Church, which is really good. And
think I've
also,
seen
like,
The
I said, that
Sect. I don't
movie
know if I've seen The Church.
Della Morte. I don't know, it has some other names too.
Yeah.
I remember we watched that movie Tetsuo. Remember?
Yeah, Tetsuya, which is like that
Tetsuya.
Japanese, like techno cyberpunk movie. That one was sick.
Huh, I never heard of that one.
Yeah, it's sick. It's Tetsu. And then there was Tetsu 2 also. And then there was another
didn't
one
see that
called Man Behind the Sun, Experiment 731, which is like about like a Japanese like torture camp.
Crazy.
So, like I would definitely watch like the worst ones, dude. That was like a fucking
They had a lot of exploding heads, like in the horror movies, like Japanese horror movies.
Yeah.
Like
And they knew how
Scanners.
to, like, make
And
dudes
Scanners, they had the
explode.
exploding head.
Yes.
What was that movie where the head explodes from his mind? He like the dude.
Scanners.
You know what's the good part when that
Scanners.
girl like they're taking her father away and she sets all the people on fire. It's like Firestarter or something.
Yeah, the original one.
Firestarter.
The remake stuff.
That's a hard scene, man.
Yeah.
You
yeah,
watch
yeah.
that back now, and you're just like, damn, dude. She like literally, the cops came and she just set them all on fire.
That's Drew Barrymore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the scene is like super atmospheric, so it's like,
How about
damn,
Carrie?
dude, this was hard back
What
in
is
the
it?
day.
Oscar?
Carrie.
Original one.
No,
Yeah.
this was
the original one. The
2001.
original one.
That's the best one.
The original Carrie.
Cool.
Yeah.
A lot of death metal heads like horror movies, obviously.
Of course.
Yeah.
The Shining.
At the same time, still saying like Kirsten Glover. Ebola syndrome. Fuck yeah, dude. I love that one.
Yeah, dude. No,
Ebola
of course.
syndrome makes me think about COVID for some reason.
Yeah.
This was a Tetsu. It was called the Iron Man, actually, too.
The Iron Man.
I heard that.
Which it had that iron, that dude with the drilling fucking dick, right? And he saw the fucking girl in half.
Oh man. Well, on that note,
You're like, I'm out of here.
I'm gonna blast. But
Blasting
guys,
out?
it's been a pleasure.
Cool.
Yeah, I watched the worst movie. Sorry, Jerry. It was like this is small.
No, I'm
dude.
gonna log off this and put on the Princess Bride. So
Oh, no doubt.
That's a good one.
All right, Jerry.
All right,
Yeah, Jerry, be cool, brother.
We'll
have
be
a
in
good
touch.
night.
you, brother.
Yeah, later everyone.
Shout out to you,
Yeah,
Jack.
Jazz, have a
Right.
good one too. Have a good night.
Thank you.
See you guys.
All right,
Take care.
Death Metal Podcast, the Hollywood Nights. Yep,
Oh.
Mountain Top
Mountaintop
Hotel Massacre. This guy told me to watch that, and I fucked with it while I was working. Shout out to Olaf Ottenberg.
Chat's popping off. I can't see the chat right now because I'm on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's all about just film names one after another.
Yeah.
Mm.
Cool.
So
cool.
here's a band's demo I was fucking with.
God of flesh, hunger and desire. Leviathan, Lord of the Labyrinth.
Death Metal Podcast.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, this guy came out of the woodwork. What's going on, man?
Well,
Still a lot of people watching this, but if you guys are beat down, I could play a few more songs on here, so I still got one exclusive to play too.
that was
Just
cool.
letting
I
you
haven't
know.
heard that before.
Yeah, that was sick. That was a 2018 demo, and I think somebody was asking in the chat, and they were saying, was that released by Pulverized Records? I think that is possible. But
Cool.
yeah, I was a sick demo, man. I feel like I missed out on that too.
Yeah, I first time I heard that. Dig the art too. Good art cover.
Yeah, sick art.
Yeah.
What else is new that you guys have been fucking with, and just out of curiosity, or in the chat, like on Bandcamp or anywhere? Like anybody fucking with any like good
New
new
Torture Rack
sick
LP,
death
dude.
metal demos or records?
New
I
Torture
guess
Rack. New Torture Rack.
New
That's all I
Torture
gotta
Rack.
say. The new one that just came out like
I
2 months
had that
ago,
here,
3 months
and
ago.
then some. We had like a garage sale type looking thing, and I put a couple not death metal, like horror flags outside. And my neighbor is like death metal, and he like rolled up and he came and bought a Torture Rack CD inside.
Nice. Well, yeah, that new one is just next level, dude.
New Incantation. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta hear that.
I haven't heard it.
Carcinoid.
Better
Dude,
listens.
I'm a big Carcinoid guy right now. Digging that
Carcinoid.
band hard.
Yeah.
Really good shit, dude. Like it's like kind of Cyanide style. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they got a little doom on them.
Yeah, really good band. I'm listening to a lot of that lately.
Cyanide, bro.
Yeah, Cyanide. Even listening to Cyanide is sick. Oh, Rotheads. Yeah, Grotesqueries. I want to get that Grotesqueries. I have Rotheads. I didn't get it. Roma.
Band. They're actually that's the drummer of Jerry's old band.
Luke Gary knows his shit. I like people. I like when someone actually says some shit in here that's like something I could actually pay attention to, you know? Because I will go back. We played this on here too, and Udo, yes, I'll go back and that part that Jerry was mentioning about the soundtrack music. Like I want to know like what that was, you know?
Yeah, that kid's into all sorts. It's funny because he'll talk a lot about non-death metal, but
Right.
believe you me, that dude is into more death metal. Like he's into a lot of shit, like classic shit. You know what I mean? Like early albums. Like he loves like early Cataclysm. Like like got me in that Gorman LP. Like they listen to a lot of fucking.
He had that fucking demigod Ray. Ray had that demigod zipper hoodie, and I'm like, God damn, that is the most fucking cult zipper hoodie I ever fucking saw, dude.
Absolutely. Like they listen to a lot of death metal. They just like to express like the other influences. You know, I like that. It shows that they got their individuals. And not just like, it's got to be like general surgery, you know.
I mean,
like,
that might only be the main and best reason why I fuck with you, like, and your band, because like I kind of felt those vibes before we even fucked with each other. So I don't know.
Yeah, right on.
No? Like,
and it's cool too. Like it's cool to be like, completely like, all right, we want this band to sound like this, so we're doing. Like I love that shit too. You know what I mean? But it's also cool to have some individualism to.
I like some Sanguisuga Bog, even though they're a little Mortician-esque and that little commercially fucking Cannibal Corpse-ish in even a way.
I haven't given them a good listen.
Yeah. Well,
Frozen Blood.
That band it's funny because that
Oscar
band,
loves that.
like, I like some of their stuff a lot, but some of it I'm not.
Revenge EP. Demigod is so good. Hell yeah, Demigod.
Demo's best shit.
The Demigod Slumber of Solenize is pretty sick.
It's called
that Frozen Blood. Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, Slumber's good, but the Unholy Domain is the best.
I didn't hear this one yet, so thank you. Snorlax from Australia. Cheers. Thank you, Wicked Devil. I like to hear a band's name on here that I hadn't heard. I hadn't heard this one either.
Fetus Involvement.
I don't know if I played that. I usually don't fuck with any bands that have like, I don't know, kids or like women fucking bullshit in them. Convulse, Snuffleupagus. Yeah. Impest. Yeah, we played that on here too. I like them. They're cool. Dylan, we played shout out to Head Splits. We played earlier some Abysmal Worm he's gonna be putting out. So they're super sick. Someone fed me a request of a new thing. Flesh fed dusk. What is it? But I don't know if that was another song, so I can only listen to too much slamming. I'm slamming over here. There's a show coming October 14th, Ancient Death and Ossuary. So definitely rep that shit if you're in the area.
Who are the other bands down there? I can't tell.
So Ossuary is from Milwaukee, I believe, and they fucking rip. They kind of have like a Sam Aile first album vibe to them. I really think they're great. Commuted is from Maine. It's John Morse. He's a promoter that did a lot of epic shows. He actually had Evoken play. He booked Evoken in 2019. He's done a lot of shows in Portland, Maine area. Cool. He's in Come to Grief now, which is Grief. Terry from Grief. He does a death metal band called
I heard
Commuted,
of them.
and they're playing that. And then Wormface is Shane from Anthropophagus. He's doing like more of a doom death kind of thing with that. It's a new thing, but I've heard good things about it, so that's a banger.
I like Ossuary. I know that girl that's in the band for a long time, actually. That girl that's in the band that used to write to me like mad years ago. Cool peeps.
Yep.
Good peeps.
So that's what I know about that show.
Yeah, sick. That's what I know about it.
Sick.
Yeah.
It's a sick gig, October 14th, which is we'll sneak up on you pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure also he's touring like other places too, so people aren't from the area. They'll be
Yeah,
able
I think they're playing. You guys should try to see if they're playing in that place in Maryland. Maybe hook up a show with them, another show with them. Hook up with them again there.
I think
It makes
so.
sense.
Yeah, I think so. I think we just kind of got to work.
I think they're playing there.
Yeah, we got to work out our cycles, see how things are with Atheist touring, and work around that. Come up with a good system. We're kind of working on this, how. And then I got the church burn thing.
You have church burn. Yeah.
We're going to be working on a new release actually coming soon. It'll be an EP. It'll be announced soon. So we're kind of working on that, kind of chipping away, scratching at that. So, but everything seems to work out, man. Like it's cool. Like, it just like naturally, like, all right, we know Jerry's in town, we'll do this, kind of maximize on the time. And then when he's away, I'll work on that,
Right.
I'll work on, he's got a couple other bands. Ray has a few things he does.
Yeah, I saw Ray's in multiple bands. Me and Oscar were comparing notes.
Yeah.
We're like, Ray's in a lot of bands.
He does
We gotta have a Ray episode.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Ray.
Ray.
On podcast.
He had a band that broke up recently that was kind of cool. They're like proggy death metal-y stuff, but he does another death metal band called Matriphagy that's really killer. It's more like suffocation style,
We would play them on here, though. I mean, I'm open to suffocation style death metal on here.
I'll have him send you some material.
I see a lot of bullshit in the chat from it, but I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm gonna play whatever the fuck I want on here. This is Death Metal Podcast,
Yeah, bro, fucking. So, and then we got some more show announcements actually coming up. We just got to confirm them first. It's not like 100%, so we didn't want to announce anything till then.
Right.
But
No doubt.
we got a few more things in the fire for the rest of the fall and shit. So, it'll be pretty cool.
Sick.
Yeah.
All right. So Death Metal Podcast with our second episode after the Ancient Death interview. So if you're just tuning in now and you're one of the freaks that wakes up at whatever time, Derek, since I'm in this chat, gotta say the whistles that put He's Dead fucking rule, especially with Mike and Gordon Stop Gruden on the top.
Yeah. Holy fuck. It's Mike Brown was the guy who did the whistling on that. And it was just so different. I mean, like, at first I was like, kind of like, what the fuck are you doing that for? But it's so good. Like, once I, started listening to it and everything, I was like, wow, like, it's just so different, from what people were doing in 1991,
Right.
Like dudes weren't whistling on top of songs on demos. Like, they just weren't doing that yet. So it was kind of cool that Mike did that. It was so thanks.
Yeah, rest in peace, Necron's boy, Mikey Sutton. Rest in peace, man. I saw that was your streaming, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry, brother.
So yeah,
It sucks. He was funny. He was a funny guy, and rest in peace to cool other streamers basically who have something to say. So hopefully we made his end days fun, and which is cool, But it's always sad when we lose a cool friend. And then I played a completely horrific song for Death Metal, I guess. No offense, brother. So up next, let's see what we got in the Chamber of Death here. Let's see if we can get kicked off like Francisco did yesterday. I don't know what was going on there.
Fuck the copyrights.
He was just getting smashed with that. Like after he hit one, I think it was from that Merciful Fate, man. You can't play.
Did they just shut it down live, or did
they would shut it down 3 times live?
Just stopped them, huh?
Just for as long as the song would be. Let's call it.
Oh, so it just kind of went silent for
5 minutes. If the song was 5 minutes, the stream would be shut down for 5 minutes.
Gotcha.
But it wasn't in sequence, so that's what made it stupid.
Yeah,
it's like you're shutting it down while we're talking. Like, shut the song down if you're just gonna shut the song down.
Yeah.
It was like it was behind, but who am I to say anything?
Yeah, well,
I listen to music like this, dude, so I don't know.
Sick, dude.
Seeping protoplasma from
Seeping.
Japan, I guess.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty sick. Live.
Yeah, it's crazy. They got the fucking Fender guitars with the tremolo system on there.
Oh yeah.
Like, they get the Floyd Rose, the Kahlers on a Fender. So funny.
You're
Gary Holt
observant.
had that on the Ultimate Revenge video too. He had like a Floyd Rose, like it's just an unorthodox. Throw one of those on those guitars, you know.
Right.
Like they had their own little tremolo system.
It sounds like you want one.
Nah, not really. I mean, Fenders are great technical, but you know, you got to fuck with them too much if you want to be heavy shit. You know? Not worth the money.
No, they're not worth the money.
Like for like heavy shit. Like they're great guitars for playability. That's why they're so sought after. You know?
Right. They
But
go
like,
for like $4,000 or $3,000 or something.
it depends. The American ones, you know. But
Okay.
like, you know, you got to do the single coil pickups. So it's twangy. Well, so either you gotta fuck with your pedals and effects, or you gotta get the pickups like humbuckers and shit.
Floyd
Some people
Rose
use them.
essential.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, if you're a good player, you can make anything work. You
Yeah,
Yngwie Malmsteen.
Carl Sanders Strat is fire.
Yeah, exactly. It's the player. It's
Right.
You can play anything if you shred it. Fucking doesn't matter.
It's so funny. That Necron had a show on like headless guitars or something, and they had like a whole bunch of them. And it was just weird because like right before that, I played like this video and I had never noticed it was like Crematory Live, and like one of the guys was playing with a headless guitar, and I was like, damn, I never knew that,
Yeah, it's like.
And I was like, I think that guy was in Carbonized too, so like he probably like it makes sense. Like they said that it holds a tune better or something.
Maybe I wouldn't know. I just think they look stupid.
I wouldn't. They look so foolish as hell.
Stupid. It's like just eating a pizza.
It's like bringing Gary Newman to your house to have like the keyboard thing out.
It's like having a
like the one you hold, like the pretend. What is that group?
Oh yeah, like a pantomime. But like it's like eating a pizza with no crust. It's like all middle slices.
Gotcha.
You just what I mean? Like the neck of a guitar just has an authentic. It's like
it screams, "I'm tuned to E."
Yeah, I mean, Rush is the only band that can get away with it.
It's a guitar, exactly. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, like fuck that
It's
shit.
like they look like different type of guitars,
Yeah, totally. You'll never see me ever play a headless, no headstock instrument.
I think it would be cool to mess around with, and I could actually picture. Remember, there was this one guy. He got banned from YouTube because he would make like so-called controversial videos while he was like changing his oil. He would sit at his desk, right, and he would play songs from his classic records, and he would always play with no amplifier at all. So I could see him with the no-headed fucking thing, because it's like might bounce into the computer screen.
Yeah, like if someone's dad was like some iconic player and passed it down to him, and you want to like honor his dad or something. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, I can see like joking around with the stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, like,
yeah, would you want to go out there playing it live? I guess like a lot of people are like, I don't know,
Yeah, like exactly. I wouldn't go looking for one. Like I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm gonna go buy a headless fucking guitar. Like no.
I was pissed off when I wanted to. I was young too, which sucks. Like I was seeing a Iceman, and I was like, oh, I'm buying this. So I had like saved up my dough. Went there and they didn't fucking have it, dude. I was like, really, dude?
They sold it.
Those guitars are classic, dude. The Iceman Ibanez there.
It might have changed the course of my life at that time because I was like 18, basically. So like, I was like gonna buy a guitar and be like, I'm gonna.
You could have been a guitarist.
Yeah, I would have been a guitarist, dude.
The only thing I fuck with is BC Rich and Gibson. That's it. I don't fuck with anything else anymore.
Right.
That's it. I mean, the only thing I own now is Gibson and BC Rich.
Yeah, I want to get busy with what I have, but it's actually, I find it difficult for me because like I'm more into rhythm. So like guitars, I don't know, like I find myself a little lost in the like fucking with them,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's everyone's got their preference, you know what I mean?
Right.
But like, I like to have one of every instrument, so I can write things or record shit, or if someone needs a fill-in somewhere, sometimes they might get a hold of me. Hey, can you help us out? We're in a jam. I'll be able to set up and help them out quickly or something every once in a while.
Yeah, so you're a multi-instrumentalist. So like you like play guitar, bass, drums, and sing. Yeah. Yep. Any experience on samplers?
No. I have a Casio downstairs though. I got got like the 102 million effect, and it's so fucking fun. Like I fuck with every once in a while, you know what I mean? But like
I think you know what? When you say that, I think about it. Like my grandmother had like a little Casio in this room, and I would always go in there when I was like 4 years old. So like, I wonder if that's why I got addicted to like playing with like a keyboard thing.
dude. But that's about it. You know what I mean? I can play like stupid little things on the keyboard, but I'm not, that's the one thing that I'm
I
not.
hear you. No one fucks with it. I mean, I fuck with it as a sequencer, so it's become like a, I don't know. It's confusing. It's like a button pusher, basically.
Yeah, that's cool though. Like Mick Harris.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing with it,
all that
and then
shit
you can do some shit.
See Mick Harris doing all that fucking.
I see Mick Harris fucking with that. It's funny because he threw out a name of a particular rap record, which he said that was very, like, he felt that it was influential to him. And I'm like, oh, wow, I have that. That's weird. But I didn't find it very influential to me.
Okay.
I think it was cool that it was influential to him because I remember the time period of it, which was like very like hip hop backpack kind of scene. I was like kind of involved with it. I wasn't involved with it. I'll be honest. But I would go to a store called Fat Beats and I would buy hip hop singles. Because at some points I would get gigs as a DJ. So I would go and buy singles.
Yeah.
So basically 2 of the same record,
Like, right on.
Like
Eminem,
Eminem records.
You
that way I could fucking go some place and just show up and just be like, how you doing? You want me to play Hi, I'm Slim Shady and you're going to pay me a bunch of money?
Fuck yeah. Dude.
I'll fucking do it all night, dude,
Yeah, the hustle is real, bro.
So, I mean, I would go to this place and then some of the stuff I would buy for myself, some Big L records, Necro, like some brutal shit, a couple break beats. I figured, you know what? Like, I got into collecting them because, like, they were cheap. They were like $4.49 for a single.
Oh, wow.
So you could buy 2 for 9 something.
Yep.
So instead of just buying 1, you buy 2. And then I had 2 turntables. And I was like, well, if I get a few gigs, I made a very tiny investment here.
Well, it's funny because I like my rap music, like my death metal, late 80s.
Right. Same for me, except Def Juke stuff, and then Eastern Conference, Psychological, Uncle Howie, and also Jack Progresso. He's more like a Bandcamp guy.
Okay, I'm not.
And also Cage, anything with Cage. Okay, I was actually Cage Patreon because I was so into his stuff. He's really brutal.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, no one, they're just underground MCs. The copyright actually is pretty brutal. Makes good beats too. Oh, cool. I could do a whole pop podcast at this stage in my life. I know that. Do I like Eminem? I met Eminem actually outside of Fat Beats. That lets you know anything. Also, Percy P used to go there and hawk his CDs. But I was kind of in that little scene. I would go to nonfiction shows, Necro Studio, a bunch of shit.
That's cool.
But I was also sucking in the knowledge, and so were they, because would talk to them about business stuff too. So in a way, we were exchanging info as well.
Yeah,
which is cool.
Big.
Yeah, it was good for all.
Yeah.
I don't, know, you know what I mean? They're very competitive, obviously, hip hop people. Compared to death metalers. I think death metalers are a little competitive too, though. I'm starting to think.
I think it's weird because I think I don't know about death metal, but metal scene locally can be a little weird like that. And it's kind of fucked up. It's like towny in a way,
Right.
I don't have to be competing with anybody. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
I want to support everyone. But I kind of feel like, wow, if no one's supporting each other, it's kind of weird. It kind of takes the wind out of your sails. You're trying to do things in your own area. If
everybody just came out to each other's shows, then everybody would be making more money.
Definitely. I try to go to as many shows as I can get to.
I noticed that you're pretty busy.
You know what I mean? I got a lot of work and shit. So, but I do, I went to Ralph's to see Goisha and Anthropophagus the other day, last Wednesday.
Yeah.
So because I couldn't get to some shows, my old band that I was in, been playing a lot of shows. I I was gonna go to like a couple of them. I just had to work late, you know. But I would have went even if I'm not in the band. I would have still went, you know.
Yeah, you go as a fan too.
You know what I mean? Just 'cause I'm
That's
not
why
in
the
band
Boston
anymore.
scene is dead. So there's some locals to you, I guess.
Well, I wouldn't agree with saying the Boston scene is dead at all, because there's a lot of shit going on in Boston. Like, but more national act front. But I mean, Aaron Gray is a big promoter out there. He does a lot of shows out there. Like Sacramentum just played, but it's
Right.
like Crossspitter, I guess, backing them. I don't know how many
I
members.
saw that.
But still, I mean, there's definitely like constant shows out there. I'm always going to shows.
Did you go to the Sacramento show? You didn't go to that, right?
I worked too late. I was gonna go if I got out early enough, but I got
saw
out
them at Maryland Death Fest.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, they were pretty boring.
The first album is okay. The Coming of Chaos, I could take or leave that one.
Yeah,
But
even though they were like, I saw them amongst the headlining bands of Maryland Death Fest, and I'm like, this band wasn't even a real, like, they didn't make a star back in the day. So that was confusing to me, but hey, people like what they like. I mean, I'm not here to friggin' be the judge of Sacramentum's status in the underground.
It's cool that the dude's still doing it.
Behemoth was big, and I didn't realize. I'm like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, right on.
If
That was
anything,
more.
I'm happy for them.
Yeah, it was more like mid to late '90s shit. You know, that's
Yeah.
why kind of don't know as much that little time span there. Like mid '90s to late '90s, I'm a little blurry on bands. You know, there's a few that I know.
Yeah. I stayed into things no matter what, even if I was by myself. So like, like me and Oscar, we would roll, but then I moved up back on my own, and I would still roll. But then I started setting up shows, so more things would come to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then say I wasn't setting up a show, like I would still roll to like an AC show, or I would go to, I would go to local shit if there was something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I would go to I went to go see like Kandairu in some really bad neighborhood one time. Because I was like, well, when am I going to get to see them again? It's the guy from Exit 13. They're like an industrial band. They're super rare.
Yep. Isn't that one of the first Relapse bands?
They are. They're one of the first Relapse bands.
That's like the first Relapse band.
Yep. So they were touring on like their CD, I think. But they weren't really touring because they barely played any shows. I guess they just got offered one or something.
Okay. Yep.
So I was like, oh, I should probably see this because I have a weird feeling this is not going to happen ever again, and it never did.
Yeah.
I think
that was a 7-inch that no one.
Well.
That's a 7-inch that I skipped. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me too. Because that logo looked too like new age.
Yeah.
Like I don't think so.
Yeah, definitely.
The only thing that was sad is they put out stuff like Afflicted, and you might want to skip that because you see the 7-inch cover like logo is just like so new agey looking.
Yeah.
Even Amorphous, a little new age.
I bought the Afflicted.
You gotta
tape
know
when the Relapse tape, the Afflicted one.
Right.
The Afflicted Convulsion's way better.
Oh, that's way better.
That's just totally better. Like
that's my shit.
Yeah, Afflicted Convulsion, that was the shit.
You know why? Oh no, I'm getting it wrong. I was thinking of the drummer from Crematory was in there, but I think that was the first demo.
Okay. Yeah.
No, he was in actually the first demo of the General Surgery too.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yep.
I did know that because
I keep my eye on band members now a little more because eventually as I did this live stream, I was like, you know what, like this is my time to nerd fuck out to figure out like, oh, Horst Muller made this, or
the producers
Crematory was it Necrophobic, etc.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it's funny because Crematory is like that's my shit. That's the death metal that I listen to the most. You know what I mean? That style. Because let's face it, there's people in real death metal underground, true motherfuckers who just listen to '90s brutality stuff. You know, like the hemorrhage stuff, and that's not my style. You know what I mean? Like I'm more into the Finnish, kind of breathable death metal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's
Finish.
definitely a separation a little bit, but it doesn't mean that I don't like any of those bands. I just reach more towards the, Carnage, fucking old demigod, fucking, you know what I mean? That's
Definitely, dude.
that's the stuff that I really.
You might have been salivating 2 or 3 episodes. People were like, had their like Zizma friggin' 3 LPs out, showing like the whole inserts and everything. I was like, damn, I would love to have that record.
Definitely.
Definitely. Gates
I'm just happy
and Terror Squad and a ton other. Yeah, I remember those guys. The guy from Terror Squad actually wrote a letter to me.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I wish I had my letters. I had a whole 2 boxes, big like storage boxes, full of all my letters from the early '90s.
Right.
And they're all gone. I don't know what the fuck happened to them. They just disappeared. But I had a lot of letters. A lot of them I got from people you recommended. A lot of bands that you recommended.
Yeah. I mean, it's strange to look from an outsider's point of view at, say, like the Ohio tape trading scene, because I know Dwayne was into tape trading, and I know like Jim Kanye, etc. But I was very into tape trading with them too, and I remember exposing them to like Demolic and a bunch of stuff because maybe I just happened to have it before them, Yeah. And then next thing you know, they were all into it, and there was all these things. But there was a lot going on there too. There was guys with zines. You had Stagnated Corpse with Rob Malzone singing. You had they were doing Decrepit, Terror, So Scab Mag was popping up with Steve Eggs. So it was definitely a cool scene. People staying busy.
Yeah, my friend Kelly, I got in touch with. He did Abysmal Desolation zine in '91, and it had.
Cheers, my brother.
Yeah, dude.
Cheers to Necron, bro.
Yeah, right on.
Appreciate it, man.
That's sick.
We got the super chat hooked up.
Sick, bro. But I did a lot more demo ordering than tape trading, I think.
Yeah, me too.
I saw the ads and I would just order the demo tapes because they were so cheap. But once I started releasing my own band, we got our own demos, that's where more of the trading came in. You know what I mean? But I would still mostly order shit, and that would turn into maybe, hey, you want to check out?
Yeah, that's how it would happen with me. I would start as just the tape trade, and then it would turn into the tape. I mean, no, it would start as the tape buy and then end up as the tape trade.
Yeah.
Which was not a bad thing,
Yeah. Well, it's I did tape ordering mostly, but trades with Sentenced, Rotting Waste of Misery demo. I did that in trade.
Yeah.
Demolic demo number 2, God Macabre, Macabre End. I did a trade for that. Tons of Putrid.
Very cool to show if I can find it. Let me see if it searches by his name. There was a guy there was actually a dude. I have a bunch of cool stuff here. There was this dude, right? And me and him would correspond, and he would send me the Sentence demo or Demigod. Yeah, I don't think he sent me Demigod, but he sent me just the most, I don't even know, man, really far out, super heavy, sought after demos from the Finland scene, before they were popular. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah. Dude, yeah, definitely. I mean, I primarily the demos I ordered were all Finland, all everything. Even Demolic Disgrace demo, ordered that. Ordered Sentenced, Rotting Waste of Misery. Geez, the list goes on.
You want to know something about Disgrace? Me and Oscar were going to put out a Disgrace 7-inch back when we lived together, and I put out this Ceremonium.
Yeah.
They wrote a contract with us and everything.
Oh, wow. They went that far.
Yeah, I still have it. And they sent a reel-to-reel tape and then they sent the cassette version of the what do you call it? Of the material, and then
Okay.
I didn't like it that much. I thought it was too like, what would
That's
you
what,
call it? Fin and roll, you know?
so that's where they started changing. Like,
Yeah,
is it
yeah.
after
So
Grey Misery? Was it after Grey
it was
Misery?
after Grey Misery. It was right after Grey Misery, and it was after their second album, actually, which was like,
So that was
so it
the
was like
change.
kind of right
already.
there, yeah, like right on the cusp of those two.
Yeah, because
And
I'd
then
say
we didn't pay
Those-
much, and then they recorded some stuff, and then I noticed it didn't even make it to their discography, their double discography or anything. And
oh
they asked
wow,
Yoka, I was like, "Hey man, I noticed that didn't even make it." He's like, "Dude, I totally forgot about that."
wow.
I'm like, it's so cool because I was like, I mean, I'm not saying this to be jerky, but like I didn't put it out purposely because I kind of was like, I don't like it, you know?
Yeah,
So I kind of like, I ain't putting it out, dude. And he actually told me later, he's like, I'm glad you didn't put that out. So
Yeah,
it's
that's-
like, all right, at least I feel equal that I didn't like down, you know, they kept moving as a band, everything, you know? So like, at least I didn't like shut their flow down at all.
Well, you know what's funny? I mean, I can't say that I blame, like, people didn't realize, I think, what they had at that time either.
Right.
Because it was like it came, and then next thing you know, like, music's changing, you know.
It's like, dude, you made these super 6-7 inches on Seraphic Decay, Depths of the Gods, and you made us Into the Labyrinths of Depression demo. Like, these are really, like, listened to by, like, the U.S. people. So it's like, how can you just make some additional stuff like Grey Misery and just make some really good, like, records that are asimilar to Grey Misery, maybe, you know?
Dude, definitely.
You probably become very popular, you know? But then next thing you know, it's like, no, we want to be friggin' the Beach Boys, too, mixed with this.
What the fuck?
It's like, why? You know?
Yeah, it's so fucking weird.
So let me show this for the watchers, viewers, whatever. I could talk about it, but you're probably not going to be able to read it or see it, including me. This is a letter I got back from my Finnish friend Luxi back in, it's probably 92 because it's pretty old. He's talking about like the Torture Crypt demo. I mailed him the Ibo horror stuff.
Oh wow!
That's for the Ceremonium 7-inch. Yes, I guess he was buying some. It looked like we were talking about Belial, Inferia, Dysentery. What else here? He has like a whole list of shit, like Archgoat, Messiah Paratroopers, Necropsy. I guess he's telling me like he has like it says Demolish R.I.P. God Forsaken. What else is here? Milkhorn, which you never hear about. Yeah.
Mystification.
Yep.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah, that's just the A side, and then there's this side too.
Yeah, the Funebrae. Yeah.
He's talking about Rochivore and Pyrexia. Like, so like I would get these letters and they had really cool handwriting on them too, because this is a really cool handwriting, right?
Yeah, they wrote amazing. This
guy drew these Abhorrent 7-inch cover.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You had him on, didn't you have him on?
Yeah, I did have him on.
Yeah, I remember watching that.
Those were letters from him, man. He was fucking cool as fuck, dude. He would send me demos that were incredible, man.
Well, it's funny because that God Forsaken, I had gotten that in a trade for a Putrid demo, which I think that's who they were before that.
Right.
And then they had the Putrid. It kind of sounded like Obituary a little bit, like really good. And the guitar tone did. I don't know whether the band really just sounded like Obituary, but the guitar tone sounded like Slavery Rock. And then they broke up, and then he sent a rehearsal tape of God Forsaken. He's like, I'm going to give this to you because this is what we're doing now. And it was more doomy. It was really good, but I liked it. It was kind of like...
You know what was cool back in the day? We would get those comp tapes. Like, say your band was on a comp tape, Head Rot, right?
Yep.
And then the person that made the comp tape put like a bunch of foreign bands on there that you even never heard of. And then you saw the address in there and you were like, you know, I'm going to shoot them off a letter, you know?
Oh, big time. Like that Eternal Sickness shit was big. Those comps got me into a lot of things. So a lot of them I was already into, but there was definitely some bands that...
Some additionals.
That caught my attention. CMAL was one of them. Because CMAL was on that comp, and I don't even believe Worship Him was out yet. It was just coming out.
Right.
So when that's the first Osmos #1. So I ordered that, and I don't know how I ordered that, but I got the LP. I think I ordered that with the Like an Ever Flowing Stream picture disc.
I ordered the Samails LP as well. I don't know if I ordered it from the band or from Osmos too. So that's interesting.
I believe I ordered from Osmos. I got that in the mail too.
You worship him, right?
Yeah, and that was like that's what kind of got me into the darker, like kind of because that to me that's like black metal. You know what I mean? Like that.
I bought it on the recommendation of like Craig Pillard. We used to listen to like the Samael 7-inch.
Yeah.
Into the Pentagram or something.
Oh wow, yeah.
So like he was super into that, and then he was like, "Yo, you got to hear this, man." And I listened. I was like, "Damn, this is sick." But then the record didn't sound like that. It sounded more like polished, but it was super good death metal. I mean, black metal.
Yeah, and that's like the type of stuff that I really got into, like Pale Nazarene demo. I got that.
I would write letters with them.
Yeah, I got the pictures, naked pictures. Crazy
yeah, me too. He told me I was the first person to write them from the United States. I was like, oh,
wow.
That's
so
sick,
I must have been early.
They didn't even have a logo when I wrote to them. It was like it looked like a magic marker on the flyer.
Yeah.
I don't even know why I wrote to them.
Black.
I'm like, I wonder, like, why did I write to this band?
Yeah. Well,
Their
dude,
PR was good.
That demo was insane, and it was to me, it was more evil than like black metal stuff, and it was more grindcore.
I like the 7-inch actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really
Satanic Massahor.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Insane.
Yeah, they were in the demo. Obviously, it was amazing.
Yep.
It was like cyber black metal in a way, you know.
Definitely. Well, it was just because it was fast, you know what I mean. But in a way of like they did like a hardcore beat, you know, a lot of like blasts, a lot of.
Were they using the Finnish hardcore beat in there? Because they're Finnish, right?
Yeah, a lot of like they had that drop dead sound a little with the drums, you know what I mean. So it's insane.
They stayed pretty blood blasting in Pale Nazarene.
Yeah, they did. They're fucking good, man.
Yeah.
So that was the stuff that got me more, you know.
Yeah, Worship Him rule too. Hell yeah. God Forsaken played a show not too long ago and still rules. Definitely,
That's sick. That's great.
Yeah, I have it. I might even have a download of it, but Scab is how I found out about Demigod, Phlegm, Demolich, and many other dope bands. Sick.
No, dude.
Very sick, dude.
Fuck, bro.
Yeah, man, it's awesome.
It's great that Burt Bacharach, right? It reminds me of Shit Scum, AC, Phlegm, and Grief thrown into a blender.
Right.
Like, it's so good. It's like a combination of all the bands that Fred and Tim did, and then like some doomy old Grief soundings.
And they played a show with Ancient Death, right?
Yeah. I think last spring, maybe, or around there. But yeah, dude, I love them. Like they found a little style fast, you know, because at first they were just kind of like, oh, what are we doing? And then they just kind of got it together really quickly. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, their first thing kind of reminded me of an old AC thing.
Yeah. It's really, I like it. I think it's cool as fuck, dude.
I need that Shit Scum 7-inch so bad. Oh yeah. You know what, Francisco? Yesterday we casted for so long, and then he just kept getting shut off. He's like, "Fuck it, dude. I'm just gonna erase this when I'm done anyway." You know. So we were shooting the shit, whatever. And then today he was live again. He's like, "I'm gonna try to play videos I don't get shut off for." And then he had a guest. I scrolled through his thing real fast. I noticed he only played 9 videos.
I gotta talk to Fred about this, but there's different versions of the same Shit Scum songs, like done over again or whatever, and they're not as good as the other ones. Like the Brady Bunch Massacre was done twice, and like
is there a demo and a 7-inch version? Is that what it is?
Yeah, like the earlier one to me is like way cooler than the 7-inch one. You know what I mean? They got like funnier shit in it, I think. But I have to ask Freddie because he'll tell me exactly like how it went down. You know,
I think there exists a Shit Scum live show as well through Sam Biles Hideous.
Oh wow!
If I'm not mistaken, because they played out there.
Yeah. See, I missed them. like I got the tapes. I was lucky enough to get the demo from Fred when he joined Phlegm.
Yeah.
So, but I got that one with the clothes hanger abortion.
I got the Manson is Jesus 7-inch actually. Or shit's got I have that.
I think that was with Bert, I believe.
It wasn't something that I immediately got either. Like I had to fight for it, you know, if that makes sense.
I don't know. I might have had the Vaginal Jesus 7-inch there. I don't know if I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have had it, but I definitely had the Shit Scum demo because I got that with the clothes hanger abortion demo.
I have a pretty rare AC demo, which you gave me one time. Seth handed me it. I was like, sick.
It's super rare.
I mean, always cool guys.
Yeah.
I have a lot of rare recordings from them from the fucking tour shit that we did that time because I was Mr. Recorder fucking guy, you know?
Yeah, that's a great thing you did that because you got them, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it helps immortalize whatever we did as far as Phlegm, In Can, and AC.
I mean, but think about the like variety of those three bands playing a tour together. So different, you know, like completely different styles, and it totally worked for a tour. You know what I mean? Like, and that like nowadays, like, yeah, would it happen? Probably, but I mean, you know, like you've seen just like a mishmash of like totally different subgenres being able to do like a tour, like no problem, you know?
Yeah.
And people
underground
just,
shit.
Yeah, they ain't give a fuck, you know.
Just hitting some additional markets in the underground way, and then you know, like eventually, Phlegm did play a lot of other incantation type shows, like say Michigan and
and his style changed a little bit too, like slightly.
Yeah.
You know, they went from like noise to like the kind of
a little more death metal.
Yeah, sludgy, real sludgy, and then you know, like I think they kind of, you know, teed it around with not grindcore, but I don't know. It was a unique. It was a combination of everything thrown together.
I wanted to shout out to Andy because he was on live with us last night. Yeah, what do you call it? We were laughing about how much like Francisco's thing was getting fucked with. He's like, I don't know if I can play this or not, dude. You know, and we were like, it was completely innocuous shit, you know.
Yeah.
But we were just laughing because he's like, I know I gotta delete this afterwards. So we played something though that Andy was talking to. I'm gonna play like a little part of it. I don't want to play right in the beginning of it, and then I want to ask you something about this.
Right on. Okay.
Fuck. All right. So,
Dude, yeah.
life as a corpse, basically.
So yeah, dude, that release is in my opinion, my favorite release from Phlegm.
Right.
As far what I know about it is Fred, I believe, recorded that on a 4-track that he
Right.
had
In his house.
Yep. Like he did like Shit Scum stuff on and different things. But why I like that the most, and I'm going to tell you a couple things. I think Jim was at his best as far as like he was hungry for it, you know, and just in a better place. So his timing was really on. His tone was really good. I just think like this is his best vocal performance is on that release. But the tempos of the songs are a little faster. So like they slowed it down for Consumed, which is still it's its own beast, which I love. Just like I love Consumed by the Dead, masterpiece. But they slowed down the tempos on some of the where I kind of like the more mid-paced tempos of those versions. Like it's just
take.
You know what I mean? And also the drum sound for some reason just is very primitive and punches me in the face a little more.
I like the recording. I wish they did the same recording for the demo, but then maybe slowed it down or something. I don't know.
Yeah. But I mean, for some reason, it's just the sound of the production of it is really just perfect for those songs.
Yeah,
and
man. A lot of bass heaviness.
Yeah, some of the tempos, and then the Genital Grinder intro, dude, like that just topped it off.
They would play that live. I remember it would be they would like come out and play like Genital Grinder live, just like Carcass would.
Yeah,
which
but
is
I
so
think it
fucking funny at
captures
the time.
I think it captures how Phlegm really sounded. That
and also like what they were about. So like they were like a fuck you band in a way, you know, like with the rock sweeties from hell and everything.
Oh, dude!
So like basically, like they come like literally like you go see Carcass and they come out playing Genital Grinder as their like intro, and then you go see Phlegm and they come out playing Genital Grinder as their intro.
Sure. Well, the funniest thing though is, dude, that pre-release tape is also their most serious release. Like, there's no funny songs. There's
there isn't.
There's no like parody shit. Like they were really like taking the band a little more serious in that.
What's up, JD?
You know?
Yeah, they were.
So, and dude, the funniest thing is in reality, they were bigger than Vital at one time.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like they were. I mean, Jim said it well. He said that they were bigger than Carcass when Carcass played there. So I believe it in a weird way.
For a small time period.
Just in his own town, dude. Which makes sense, man, because you're in your own town, dude, you know?
Yeah, no. I mean, that whole thing was just because Carcass was new here.
Yeah.
You know?
You're
one
in your own town.
In other words, like everyone knew, and when you're doing a show in like an off city, the local band had a bigger following at that time, so it made sense to feature the band that people were going to see quicker than a band coming in, you know, at that time. You know, Carcass wasn't that big yet. You know what I mean?
No, they weren't.
So
this is funny though.
It is. It's just.
It just makes me laugh because it's just like a history in time that's like kind of lost. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. Like us talking about it helps like preserve it basically. But it's like a history of a piece of time that's lost because like going to those Vital Remain shows for you. I went to a Vital Remain show actually with Incantation, Mortician, Chorophobia, I think played. Was that the Church House Inn or some shit?
Yeah.
And then like a bunch of other shows like Moral Decay and just all this stuff that was going on up in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
You know, like it's a picture in time that you can't actually like internet it, if you make sense. So it's like kind of like if we don't talk about it, it just is like lost basically, right?
It's true.
I mean, some of it was recorded and bands made it demos, but the scene itself was kind of like just flyers and I don't know.
And it was
also
at
the shows, you know.
Yeah, and it was also really short if you think about it. Like,
super.
You know, in other words, of course, it evolved into, you know, mid '90s scene with Cryptopsy and Dying Fetus and all Broken Hope and all that, which I'm not very into, but that whole upstart of from 1989 to say, I would say 1993. You know what I mean? Because that was kind of the core, like, you know, not including
time.
You know, but like I would say, you know, Scream Bloody Gore might have been 87, but it didn't really hit you until
it wasn't
88, 89. Like 88, 89 is when, you know, it rolled out. You know what I'm saying? It rolled out.
People were still getting off of thrash at that stage, right?
Yeah.
Because you had Slayer with in 88 with their record.
Yeah.
So like people were still kind of leaving the whole like thrash scene in a way.
Yeah, because I mean out here in 88, the big thing was Razor, Nuclear Assault, Violence. You know, those three bands really were big in Providence, especially Malicious Intent, Razor, that release that really hit a lot of guys out here. So there was a lot of big Razor fans briefly. That's what got me into Razor. You know, there was a band that actually named themselves after Malicious Intent. They were called Malicious Intent.
Right.
So, you know, there was a lot of that going on.
What about that radio show from up that way?
That would be the Metal Cage. Yeah. Yeah, that was
that something to most black death metalers?
Yeah, so the Metal Cage was a guy, his name was Jim Collins originally, and then he did it for the first maybe 4 or 5 years. I think it was pretty long going, and then John Dwyer joined in, and he did it for the later half.
Yeah, but I want to talk about the Jim Collins. Like, was he like some influential, like metal, death metal, friggin' like?
Yes. Well, what was important about
stuff that like, no one heard?
Yes, because what was important about Jim Collins is Jim Collins worked at a local record store, and so what would happen is he not only did he get all the promotional stuff for the radio show from bands around the country, but he would also get imports from Earache and sell things at the store. And he would start ordering from Peaceville and Earache, and he'd get all the distribution from overseas. So he not only would he get CDs, tapes, which was mostly CDs and tapes, like vinyl. There was vinyls in there, but you know, that's not as many.
Vinyl wasn't big at that time.
Yeah, it was more CDs and tapes. But he would also get shirts from Earache and Peaceville, and there was a store next door called Rock City that also imported a lot of stuff as well. So it was all in one little plaza. So you would get all your releases from this. Basically, there was like maybe 2 more stores that like R&Bs, but the main one was Sam's. And Jim ran, you know, he worked there and handled a lot of business with the owner, Sam. So he would play everything on the radio to promote, you know, the store, and vice versa. The store would promote the radio show. So it got a lot of traction with a lot of people in death metal. And
I feel like I visited it because like we were like, where's the record store here? Like we're here, you know?
Yeah. So, but it's funny because the time slot was so late at night. So it was a Sunday night from 12 midnight to 3 a.m.
Okay.
So it was like the worst night you could possibly. But in 1989 and 1990, it was not. You know, it was like people tuned in, and it got really big, dude. Like it's
a metal show, and it's like local.
Yeah. Like it opened the floodgates for the whole scene out here. You know what I mean? It really did, and then you know
it was the only way you could really consume like music, because it was like the radio in a weird way. Like
it was
or if you bought something because you read about it in the magazine.
Mm-hmm. And then he would start having live. He start having like local bands play live too.
Wow.
Which they did that for a long time, but like he had Vital on, he had I don't know if he had Flem on or not. I don't remember if Flem did it, but Vital did one, I think, and Head Rot, we did one.
Really?
Yeah, we did a live at RIU. I believe a lot of guys might even have that circulating around. I know that Sam Osborne had told me he had a copy, like. He's like, oh, I got a copy of Live RIU. And I'm like, how did you get that? You know what I mean?
I never even heard about that.
Yeah, so it's around. It's. I'm sure if you want a copy, I mean, Skip might be able to get you hooked up with one. I know Mike Brown has a copy.
I'm friends with Jim Collins on Facebook.
Yeah, Jim Collins will get you a copy. You'll definitely find it.
It's just funny that, like, you know, like I just know of him, and then you know.
Well, what's cool is the sound quality, dude. The sound quality, because like
Yeah,
you
if it's
had
a
a guy.
radio studio recording.
It was a studio recording at Rhode Island, University of Rhode Island.
Okay.
They had a whole sound room in the radio show where you set up and you got mic'd up and then on board and they mix you down. And the sound quality of those were great because it was broadcasted live.
Right.
So, you know, they had a certain standard they had to follow. They had a good sound guy, you know, working the soundboard for you, get a good
He was
mix.
like, Mom, please tape this. Dad, please tape this. Sister, whatever, your friend.
Yeah,
You tell you one of your friends, you're like, please tape this. I'm being live on the radio.
Yeah, I had a copy once. I don't know what happened to it, of course, but like it's a really good quality set. You know what I mean? Like anyone who has it, it's attainable for sure.
Yeah, it's probably attainable.
Yeah, it's out there, circulating around. You know what I mean? The diehards.
Someone should have a site that people submit their cool cult letters. Check out all the crazy handwriting and writing. I was actually working on that at one point. I had like a thing called Death Metal Site. It's on Facebook if you want to check it out, Carl Codger. I'll send you a link if I remember. Yeah, and I showed a bunch of my letters and I took some down because like there was like people like stealing them and like I was like, oh, I want to show these like on my own terms and not everyone else. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, they like
I took down mostly the letters though. The flyers I felt like they were everybody's, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just, you know, like I didn't take down everything. I still left some shit up there. I'm like, I don't give a shit, you know. I didn't even show my best stuff. Like I saved my best stuff. I'm like, I'll show this like to other people. That's cooler. Show it to cooler people. Does anyone bootleg Seraphic Decay? I don't know.
Probably Seraphic Decay.
Yeah.
He bootlegs his own shit, right?
I don't want to say, but on here, Thrash Reference, most progressive album, death metal was getting thick those years. Earache might be your first extreme metal label, definitely. Which would be the USA's Relapse.
Seraphic
Somebody's
Decay?
saying Roadrunner and Combat. I would say that probably.
Death metal?
Yeah, and also RC.
Probably Road Racer.
Yeah, I would go to these two basically were probably the most like.
Well, Combat didn't put out like a lot of death metal. They put out
like SOD though.
Churches and Seven Churches is arguable. You know, everyone's arguing what that is.
Right.
But like Combat was more thrash oriented than anything. I think.
Road
Racer.
Over. Roadrunner a little more death.
They're the ones that put it all out. They pushed it, you know.
Sepultura.
Tampa, mostly Tampa shit. But
and they amped up Sepultura pretty hard.
Yeah, definitely.
Right out of the box. I remember that.
Yep.
Because why would I buy it?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like another like US Wild Rags, probably Wild Rags.
Yeah. Those that are worthy to see the letters, right?
Yeah.
JL and Wild Rags and New Renaissance. You didn't mention
that's more thrash too, though.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I mean, they have Morbid Angel and Necrovore on that one comp.
Yeah, a couple. They have, of course.
Necrovore. But it wasn't they had a whole. They had Necrophagia.
Yeah, but they did. But there was mostly comps. They had the death metal bands on, right? Like
True.
Revenge. Like they didn't really have like full LPs besides Season of the Dead, maybe.
Wild Rags, you know, they came with the Impetigo, they came with the friggin' Blasphemy, so they kind of came pretty fucking hard. They were right after
demos, fucking Order from Chaos.
Yeah, Order from Chaos.
Yeah, Wild Rags did a lot.
You know, they gave out newsletters, like they would mail a newsletter to your house, and like you didn't, it was unsolicited almost. Like if they got your address, you probably got a newsletter from them. Which was cool because like you would read it because it had to do with metal. Mm-hmm. And then the one thing that I always felt bad of, like they had gotten shitted on so hard for bad business or whatever, is that that dude used to consign people's shit. So think about that in today's society. a man was out there giving free tapes to people, 10 to 20 free tapes, and saying, send me the money back for these tapes. So, like, who does that? No one.
No.
You know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he probably got hurt by that motion, you know?
Yeah, you can't
I
give
went to
away
Wild
shit.
Rag store in 93.
Oh, right on. That's
Yeah,
cool.
the Wild Rag.
That's cool.
Is Earache older than Nuclear Blast?
Yes.
Just by a little.
Yes.
But Earache and Peaceville are very close in age.
Yeah. Right on.
Because they have that very early Peaceville record.
Well, yeah, The Accused. Was it The Accused the first Earache? Was that Mosh 1?
Maybe. And I was trying to think about.
Splatterhead?
I got What's His Face on the brain right now. The other label.
I think that's just my guess because they had that little.
Either that or Concrete Socks
Concrete
split.
Socks.
Something.
Heresy split. I think that would have been it. Well, the thing is, remember that little ad? It was like yellow, I think, and it had the first 6 lyric releases on it and like typeset. It was like typewriter. And I remember, I'm pretty sure it said Accused Martha Splatterhead, Return to Martha Splatterhead was Eric Mosh 1.
Right.
I'm almost positive. I bet you Francisco would probably know.
Sore Throat.
Yeah, that's an early
Sore
one.
Throat record was sick. I think you're right, Derek.
Yeah.
The authority has spoken, Necron.
Oh, right on. I don't know. I just couldn't remember.
I think you're right, though, because I don't know. After listening to the Ruin interview, I'm convinced there needs to be a Wild Rags documentary.
Ooh, absolutely.
Maybe.
There hasn't been one.
Maybe. I bought Final Conflict Scene, and there's Roy's ad for Agoraphobia was there. Cool, man. Awesome.
Right on.
Means my shit got out there a little bit.
Sure did.
Used to buy Wild Rag stuff a lot.
Yeah.
Dope. Yeah, Sore Throat was number 3.
Number 3. Right on, dude.
Pretty wild.
Yeah.
See, you learn something new on Death Metal Podcast.
I bought the purple cover Sore Throat tape from Earache. It was purple with the purple logo. I forgot the title of it, but I bought it.
I'm glad that we switched the interview out from the live thing. Like, I need to do that. I did that with Putridarium too, but like I didn't start the live stream immediately afterwards. So that was the only error I made. Because like I noticed when I did that today, like everybody just went whomp. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's cool is that, there's, not a ton of history with Ancient Death yet. So I think you got all the right, info. You know what I mean? Like I think we was saying like that we told everything that needed to be told about the band. You know what I mean? It pretty much got done in 2 hours. You know,
and I had done that with Putridarium a while ago, and then I have done that obviously with Immolation and some more known bands. So like my goal probably would be to mix known and unknown bands and do that more. You know what I mean?
Dude,
where I put on some bands that are a little unknown and talk about them and their history. And then I put on bands that are known to talk about them and their history,
Yeah.
The translation was good. All right, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. I like the outside input a little too, because I don't fucking know, man. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. This is a fake reality for me, basically. I just go on here and talk about death metal and try to, obviously we'll talk about thrash and all that too, Gamma Side, Annihilator. Yeah, JD is in Annihilator now, I think.
Really? What they like
Eternal,
about their playing
Keeping
again?
it eternal.
That's pretty cool.
Wild Rags, it does need a documentary now.
Yeah. I got a comp, old Wild Rags comp with Annihilator on it. It's like an early one. It's like
Ray covers.
Yeah.
And they would try to push like Lullaby, like that, like female band.
Yeah, there was some sketch bands on Wild Rags.
Yeah, there was some sketch stuff on that label, right?
I'm not gonna say it down the board. Fucking was like a knock out of the park.
He would have like Necrophobic, but then he'd have like Lullaby, and it was like, what's this sketchy ass stuff,
Yeah, he had some stinkers too, dude.
It was weird. It was cool though. I mean, at least he kept it honest.
Definitely.
And then like in the end, it was weird. Just like they put a smear campaign against him. Blood Cum was a ripper.
That's isn't that Tom Araya's brother?
Goddamn Lullaby. It was awful. I think he was just going for the visuals there.
Right.
Yeah, that's Tom Araya's brother,
Right.
Bloodcom.
Yep.
Which I see on the internet occasionally. Him and his girl is a tattoo artist or something.
Oh, she's her name's Brittany Elliott.
Yeah.
Really,
I've seen that.
big Texas
out there.
tattooer. Yeah, she's
They're out there.
Yeah, they
which is cool.
She's a
I
real
mean,
good tattooer. Yeah,
doing their thing.
Yep.
Supporting metal stuff, which is sick.
Oh, absolutely.
I always respect anyone that does that in general. The
Yeah,
Preacher EP ripped.
Oh yeah, Zombified.
Yeah, Blood Cum. I didn't realize he had so many Blood Cum
Zombified Preachers
fans here.
Yeah. That was a big good while.
I don't know if I got that one. I bought Annihilator though. It had a very like weird cover. It was like made out of like paper.
Zombified Preachers of Gore opened Michigan Death Fest 2 or 3, 2. The one that we played. So I got to see them there. That was the first time I seen them.
Yeah.
They were killer.
Recipients of Death. Yes. God damn, dude.
Yeah, they got a big catalog, dude. Because they distroed everyone's shit too. So they ended up releasing everything they distroed. So it was like, whoa, it was super crazy big.
I got to meet Richard C's wife. I mean, not his wife, his daughter. So like, he's my friend's wife. So she's been to like Maryland Death Fest or something, and she's cool.
That's cool. Probably like Nuclear Death, right? Maybe.
Huh?
Was it Nuclear Death? Did they do it?
No. This was like over like maybe like 2006 or something. Yeah, but I saw Nuclear Death.
Oh, they didn't do any reunion shows at that time at all.
Who?
Nuclear Death.
I don't know. I don't know what they do. I was somebody just was speaking to me. I think it was DJ Hellhammer. I said we're gonna put more girls, or there needs to be a couple more girls talking on here because like they're into death metal too, And he's like, why don't you get Lori on here? I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if she's just too weird for us, but she's not though. She's Lori from Nuclear Death.
Well, I mean, back then there wasn't a ton of bands that were female. It wasn't a ton. Right. There was like 2 I could think of.
There wasn't that many female players in general.
No. Well, now you see it common, which is great. I mean, it's cool to see a lot of female bass players.
Well, I just want to prop up because I think it's empowering to see more female play, not just fans. And there's more fans than there was, but there's actual players as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Sick. It just shows you that the scene become better. You know what I mean? Because that's more fucking people into it instead of all fucking men.
Yeah, it's not just
literally.
It's not just a sausage fest anymore. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's not that factor that bothers me. It's just maybe because I have daughters, I have no idea why I just think these things, but I'm just like, it's cooler that it's just more people.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's because men and women are into it, not just men.
Yeah.
The death metal shows that I went to, punk, hardcore, everything. It was like 99 men to 1 girl.
Absolutely.
So.
Well, I think a lot of chicks showed up for the bigger bands like Napalm Death and stuff.
Yeah, and that changed.
Yeah, like underground scene, there wasn't a lot of females.
Yeah, there wasn't any. So that changed though. So it started to be the more underground chicks would go and see and be involved with the bands, and then not be involved with the bands, but you know what I mean, start their own bands and everything. Yeah. I'm like, finally, makes a better metal scene.
Yep. Especially when they do it right, when they do it good, Because
exactly.
I'm the kind of person, I don't care what orientation you are, it's what you're putting out. You know what I mean? Like they say, hey, support this own business and that own business. Yeah, that's great. But what are they putting out?
Exactly.
What are they giving you? If there's a good, black-owned fucking food restaurant, I'm gonna go there because the food's banging.
Because the food's better. Exactly.
I don't care who's making it, as long as you're making something good, wholesome, and authentic to what I'm looking for. I'm gonna support it. You know what I mean? No matter what type of person's making it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And
just in general, I just thought about the numbers. I'm a numbers guy, so I'm like, well, years ago, I go to a metal show.
Mm-hmm.
There's 50 guys there and three girls. But now, I went to some I don't know what show it was, and I'm like, you know what? I was like, there was probably like 75 guys or 100 guys, and there were like 40 or 50 girls there. I was like, holy shit. Like, that's a big difference. And you know what I mean? So that's, to me, that says like, all right, way more people are into it, you know? And it's not the total number, it's the number of the people, you know?
Yeah.
And even at Maryland Death Fest, I mean, I've seen a lot of diverse people, you know?
Mm-hmm.
All right, JD, thank you, man. DMP is always a great hang. Shop talk and memories are the greats. Thank you, brother. Cheers.
Perfect donation right there. Dude.
Appreciate it. Yeah, man.
JD.
Tamarea never heard metal before meeting Kerry King, Jeff Hanneman, but Eric Clapton's Cream he dug.
Hey, you know.
Appreciate that, JD, brother. You rule.
Right on. Hey.
Shit was a sausage fest back in the day. Total sausage fest.
Totally saying that. Yeah,
I mean, it was. I mean, I'm just keeping it real, you know. Like, there was barely any girls into death metal.
Yeah.
Or black metal.
Well, here there was a little gang of them.
Was there?
In the
there was like we had our own little gang of them in New York and New Jersey too. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, dude. I'm not putting down.
And I can tell you that you know how I got into a lot of heavy like thrash and death metal was from a Brazilian girl.
Mm.
She was here. She moved up here from Brazil, and she had a Sepultura shirt, you know. And she's like, "This is the best band, you know, ever, Sepultura." And that's how I found them. I found them through a Brazilian girl named, I forget her name, but and then another girl, this girl Marianne, she like ended up going to the Navy and like becoming a cop or something. But she got me into Sodom, Creator, Destruction. You know, so I found a lot of girls.
Those metal mags, like Metal Maniacs, too.
Yeah,
in a way, like
there was this other chick out here, bro. She used to walk the streets of my neighborhood, dude. Giant, like fucking brutal looking chick, dude. Like
America has better scene for ladies. I agree with that too.
Yeah, this chick up here, she was a thrasher. Like she had the Nuclear Assault shirts, Exodus shirts, and she'd walk around the neighborhood. And she was my friend's sister, and she was hardcore. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you know, so they were out there, just weren't very many.
Roger says Dennis Analog Archive is one of the best channels, funny and old enough to have a great insights. Exactly, dude.
Cool.
Yeah, Analog. Definitely check out Analog Archives channel.
I think I've seen it once or twice. Like
it's pretty sick, dude. I mean, homie knows his metal, dude.
Yeah, I've seen it in the feed. I gotta check it out. I've seen it though. It's come up on my feed a few times.
Yeah.
I might have like clicked on it a few times.
Check out a few people. I'll check out Analog Archives, like Metal Miners, a couple other people, you know, just to say Ken. You know what I mean? Like a couple things. Not everything though. Like I mean, sometimes I'll hop into like a live of like some I don't even know. Like somebody was analyzing some like thrash or death metal record. And I was like, fuck it, I'll hop in here and whatever. Just see what other live casters are talking about, basically.
Yeah. Definitely.
And they seem super passionate about whatever the fuck they were talking about. So I was like, oh, that's cool, man. Maybe you taught me something tonight.
Yeah.
Good looks.
Like it's crazy. Every little thing is documented now. So you can find everything if you just type it in the search engine or whatever, you know.
It came to be that way now. So,
you
know, that, you know, I find that might work against us later too. So I see like the future of, say, death metal podcasts, like, you know, they're not going to leave all those copywritten video thingies up. You know what I mean? I wipe those fucking clean, dude, you know? So any interview I did with anybody or talk to anybody about like their scene or anything, like I have it backed up. But the thing is, like, it's probably going to get wiped off YouTube, knowing the way politics of the internet work. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, I documented it on the side, so which is good, you know. But, you know, like I can't, you know, the platform itself will do what it wants to freaking do, you know, and I'm stuck by its conditions, basically.
Yeah. Well, it seems to me though, like everything's such a cult classic status now that it's already cemented. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. To me, I think
If things were very overflowing and like there weren't money involved, basically I would be able to take this live stream, right, play whatever the fuck I want, and just take it and throw it on Spotify and just let it ride. But if I play Splatteria and they're not on Spotify, I can't play it, basically. You know what I mean?
Oh wow, yeah.
So like it puts a different challenge to things. So it's like, well, not all the music I listen to has copyrights on it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, to this day, I still don't have Spotify. I don't
like it. And I know the bands aren't getting $1 a sale; they're getting fucking 0.107 point nickels, you know?
Crazy.
So in a weird way, they're getting fucked. So like they're getting fucked promotion too.
Yeah, I mean, I have probably 2 bands that are on Spotify, so I don't pay any attention to it. I don't know.
I'm just saying in general, like, wouldn't it be more of a service for people like me or other like bloggers or whatever you call it, review people, to play your fucking band instead of being like shied off by like the 0.001 cent that you're gonna get for me playing your band?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny. Like I'll sit like up late at night and I'll load up my like phone or my iPod because like I just love iPods because you don't get messages on them. You just listen to music, and I'll just load my music up on from a memory card on a hard drive, like digitally, and I maybe I have a little Bandcamp list too, And besides that, like everything's tape, CD, tape, vinyl.
You keep it completely your own ecosphere.
Yep. Because I mean, as much as I love vinyl, I don't listen to my vinyl very much.
Yeah, when are you gonna fucking put your vinyl on when you're at work?
Yeah, I go through waves with it. Like if you know what I mean, like where tapes and CDs, I'll put on a little more. Well, because I got a CD player in my car. Like I got a car, like a 2016 car, and it's like the last year they put a CD player in cars.
Yeah, mine don't have it. Fuck.
Yeah, so I was like, I gotta buy this car just because it's got a CD player in it. You know what I mean? And so I did. I bought the last car as a 2000.
You got a fan. iPod rules, bro.
They do. They fucking iPods.
You know what? I have one. Now that you mention it, I might have to go and rock that because basically you said it pretty well that like you can't be distracted by it. But on your phone, it's very easy to get distracted.
Yep, you can just load it up, or you can listen to something. It would turn the internet off, so you don't get any fucking. I mean, you can do that on your phone, but then you'll miss a call or miss. Like my phone's my business, so if I miss a message, I could miss a week's pay in like 5 minutes. You know what I mean? It's like I'll miss a fucking major like appointment or something. So like with iPods, like cool, fucking load it up and go.
You're disconnected there, yeah. I have my iPods loaded already, and it has like thousands of it has like 21,000 songs on it. And there's one time I was playing it, and I was like, "Damn, this thing is rocking like a crazy soundtrack, dude." So it's like, how long ago did I load this? Like over 12 years ago or something?
Yeah, I'll throw all my shit on those little memory card, USB drives.
They played an unreleased Profanatica record or something. I was like, really? I had that, and I stuffed it on here? That's sick.
Yeah,
I don't even know where that is anymore.
Yeah, it'll pop up when you
MP3s.
Yep.
Me and you, we go back on Soulseek after this episode is over.
It's amazing that it still exists.
We'll load our iPods up.
Yep, it's 2000.
Everyone else puts their Spotify. I listen to Spotify though mostly.
Yep, that's cool.
Not for death metal though. I put on tapes.
Yeah, for other shit.
Yeah. I keep a tape player. And then I can play CDs on the computer that plays to Spotify. So sometimes I play CDs through there, but usually I'll rock a tape actually over Spotify. I mean, like if I'm not rocking Spotify.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I noticed, like there was like a I don't know if it's still doing this.Maybe it's like the paid one. Maybe it doesn't. But I had a problem. Like I would search an album. Mm-hmm. And the version would be live, or it'd be like a different version. It wouldn't be like the original version of what I was.
Oh yeah, that happened to me on there too. Like because I don't know, like Spotify has like trying to rewrite history a little.
Okay.
Okay, so this is my opinion. So anyone could take this with a grain of salt, but like, say the King Crimson album, right?
Yeah.
The Court of the Crimson King or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that the name of the album?
Yeah, Court of the
Like that.
Crimson. Yeah, that's the classic one.
When you put that on Spotify, it does not sound like Court of the Crimson. It has a different singer or has something different about it. It's not the same record.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, what is this exactly? This is not my record, you know? Because
Yeah.
I have a cassette tape of that record recorded on a cassette, you know?
Yeah.
There's some kind of differences there. Now, that's one example, but the thing is, the second example that doesn't throw me off is the Megadeth one, say, where if you play an old Megadeth record, like the first Megadeth, it's not the same record that I listened to when I grew up, you know? Because they've basically taken out the other old guitar parts, drum parts, and bass parts, remixed them, and put different instruments and different players on them, and redid the songs again.
Okay.
I mean, they did that a lot, dude. Like, they're not the only band that did that. I mean, Ozzy did that obviously a long time ago, but you know.
So it's interesting you say that. So this is Eric band, okay? They did one EP. It was 3 songs.
Uh-huh.
You might know who this is. They're a band from the Midwest called Coalesce.
Uh-huh. I heard of them.
Yeah, so Eric did a 3-song EP for this band. And it's completely killer, right? It's like it's on the edge of a little bit of hardcore influence, but it's very like noisy, killer, like just fucking badass riffs.
Right.
But I guess they re-recorded it because Eric has the rights to it. They couldn't get, their own copies or whatever happened. And so the version they did against kind of weak, and everything else they did I'm not really into at all. So I tried to find that on Spotify, and it won't play the original Eric release of that EP. You know what I'm saying?
You got to go back to the tape, man.
You got to go back to find the original version of it.
Yeah. I got to go back to the tape sometimes, you know?
Yeah, but I think I still got that CD somewhere. I'd have to look, but it's really fucking good.
I go back to the old tape, man. Like, because also, like, there's also the analog thing going on.
Okay.
So, like, basically, like, in a weird way, like, there might be some kind of sound or something about that tape that when you listen to it, it brings back that era of when you listened to it, like, years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, this recording sounds this way on the tape. You know what I mean? And that's not just taking a recording of your record and putting it on tape. That's like, say, other stuff too, you know, something you recorded off the radio, something you recorded off a friend, just a different mix of a record. I don't know.
I think it's the control you have over finding the right EQ for that release. You can up frequencies.
That's true too.
Where you get an equalizer, let's just say you got an equalizer and you put something on, whether it's a CD or cassette or a vinyl, right? You can tweak the EQ and hear things in that record that you might not hear on like a stream. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, unless you had that same stereo. But to me, I don't feel like you can find that. Like, a lot of the mastering of recordings now is already just done through the mastering.
Right.
So it's flat and every system sounds the same. But like with older stuff, you kind of, oh man, I don't really hear this so much. Let me fuck with this low,
turn up that carnivore bass.
Yeah, dude, like turn up the fucking frequencies a little bit more and lower other ones and get like a better experience of that LP. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where, I feel like digital doesn't really give you that control.
You could tell that we're music buffs, obviously. And I'm sure everyone in this chat is like kind of definitely, there's a lot of fans of the same stuff we're listening to. Coalesce is the shit.
Yep.
I even have my dad's old Walkman cassette player. Still make mixtapes. Amazon sells Walkmans. Yeah, I have an Amazon style. I don't know. Maybe it's an Alibaba Walkman. It wasn't that good though.
Well, the best thing was the Sony one.
Sony yellow one, the old school one.
Yeah, the Sony ones had the mega bass button.
Yeah, that's what I want.
You turn on the mega bass, dude. And fucking, There's
two things I'm missing in my life. There's that thing, the you know, there's some music equipment too, but like I'm missing that yellowy kind of like cassette player thing.
Yeah.
And I'm missing like the old school boombox with the double, you know what I'm saying? Like the double cassette boombox, the big boy.
They had EQs built right in.
That thing
Fucking
had awesome bass, man.
Yep, 5-band EQs right in. You could fuck with, tweak.
Yeah,
on
the
silver
even the
one.
5-band EQ was enough, but it had so much bass and it played your tapes like so well, dude. You know.
Yeah. Well,
It just gave you a different experience of your music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I still have my dad's 8-tracks from 1972.
Whoa, that's a whole different beast.
I remember
don't
seeing
know.
those in the car when I was growing up.
Yeah, I didn't like. They were just kind of gone. There was still a few
Yeah, that moved along.
players anymore. So,
what are your thoughts on the volume wars of the 90s? I don't really have any because my volume, I just turned it up basically. I think that they did start to record CDs too loud. That's about it.
Okay.
If that's any kind of stance on volume wars, I think everything that got recorded, they started to just record like way too loud, basically.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of hard.
What's your thought on that one?
I mean, I don't know. I kind of think like things were still pretty standard in the 90s.
I think the volume thing came later.
Yeah, I kind of think that's more like once
2000s, 2010 even.
Yeah, like once songs got digitized, I think that's where maybe things started to get different, you know? Because mastering really played a key. I mean, it always has, but I mean, like, it played a key in flat.
Yeah, cutting off the whole top bass range of everything.
Yeah, like everything was made for the EQ was built into the mastering, like to 0 dB.
All right, Carl Codger's with me. I got the yellow Walkman, but fuck, I'd like to get the Ghetto Blaster. Exactly. These are like essential music buff things, like literally. So if anyone's watching this and could take away just in general, if you're at your thrift store or you see something like that thing, like what is like a double tape player thing that's like its own little box and has like a little EQ and all that shit, buy that shit, man.
Okay. Yeah,
buy that shit because not the ones that come apart, the one that is all stuck together still.
Well,
the one that the break dancers used to use. Buy that shit because it has some kind of weird circuitry that plays the tapes loud.
Just make sure you test them. You know, you have to tell that motherfucker at the register. I want to.
Have you seen what they go for? I have actually. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So you have to kind of get it at like a fake, you know, like a thrift store or something because they go for $900. It's
crazy.
I was talking about how I need one of those because they only have a portable cassette. The $1,200? Damn, man. So yeah, if you can get one cheap, I bought like a cheap, like I don't know what you call it, an analog system, let's call it. So it had a tapes, 5 CD, and analog speakers. It was loud as fuck, man. I paid like $12 or something at the thrift store here. And I rock it. And I'm like, dude, this thing sounds mint, man.
Well, yo, if you could find like an Akai boombox or like an Onkyo, you gotta get that because those fucking things.
I got an Onkyo tape player actually from my thrift store for like $20.
Crazy good.
I don't know if it's like where it's at. I have to put like the screws. I bought these 2 test tapes. So if anybody goes to duplication.ca, you can buy like these tapes that tell you if your tape player's like playing too fast or too slow or something.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. Which anyone that has tapes might want this thing. So 2 tapes though. You gotta have 2 different ones. So anyway, you can adjust the tape shit, you know, in there. So you know out of the box, if you're buying some used ass shit, you're probably gonna have to fuck with it a little bit.
Oh no, dude! I got this. I might have told you before. I got the sickest gift from my dad. It's a Sony CD analog recorder. So it got like the old the jog setting. You can fucking set like where you want to start your song and dub it.
Oh, I remember those jog settings. I haven't thought about that shit in a while. 12D batteries. Exactly. Yeah, if you had the boombox, you brought it on the street.
Yeah, a lot of batteries for that thing, man.
Yeah.
C batteries.
Ghetto Blaster outside the mall. Blasting, welcome to hell. I had like the 1 speaker Ghetto Blaster. Those things were sick, man.
These
Those are
were the
metal.
ones with all the light effects on them, like the old fucking.
They were,
had all,
yeah.
like, the
They used to
flashing
sell
lights
them right
on
down the block from my house, man. They had really nice ones. They were like I think $129 at the time. We were like, that's fucking insane,
that's a
dude.
lot of money back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I mean, that same thing. It would have like triple stack speakers and all kinds of EQs. And shit was
They had
freaking,
horns. They had the treble
yeah,
horns.
it had
on
horns, exactly. It was
So
scary
good,
looking.
dude. Sick shit, man.
But yeah, if you had that, man, damn, you were like a powerhouse. But you, if you want to listen to your music, like it's smart to have.
Yeah.
Like, say for me, I run a record label, so like I got to listen to our music through like multiple channel systems, let's call it. So it means computers, couple different things, a car stereo. You know what I mean? Like you got to put it on everything, man.
Well, it's awesome that if you're like recording your own shit or something, and you throw them in all those different players, you're gonna hear what you don't need, hear what you need to bring up. You know, every
too
player.
low?
Yeah,
Which one's playing it too low?
Yup. So it's really good for that too. You know, checking different systems. You know what I mean? Like do that all the time. I'll put it in the car. I'll put it in my home stereo. I'll throw it in a fucking tape player. I'll throw it in this.
Yeah, me too, man.
See how it translates, you know what I mean?
I mean, it's important for musicians, obviously, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not a musician. Like, I would say I'm not a musician. So, like, basically, like, just the listening experience is, I have those, some specific things, like I said, just a couple little areas where I listen to music. So, like, each one of those kind of has its own, like, ambiance, let's call it. But like, you know, if you're in a band and you make a new recording, you got to take that thing around, man. You got to put it in like 6 different things, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you got the time to, it's essential. You know. Definitely. Sometimes you just don't have the time. You got to kind of get done what you need and to get it released or whatever. So
in Red Hook, Brooklyn, people still walk around with ghetto blasters and stereos strapped to a basket. Sick.
Great, dude. That's great.
I had an Alpine stereo with an 8-track cassette turntable amp. Woke up the whole neighborhood. My buddy blew speakers with his amp. Yeah, man. Vinyl is getting way too expensive now for represses. Cassettes are where it's at, cheaper and travel effective. Ooh, travel effective. Yes.
I kind of agree with that. I kind of like, especially with a release that I'm not like 110% on.
Right.
I won't take the chance of ordering a vinyl. You know what I mean? I'll be like, let me get the tape, because if I don't love it, I don't feel like I've lost my fucking, you know, food on my table because of it. You know what I mean?
Understandable. I think I might be in the same boat as you.
You know, I'm like, I'm only buying records that like are classic releases more than anything, I think. Right. Unless it's like a band that I really, really like. Like, it's got to be a big, like, I'm listening to this every day. If I'm listening to something every day or most of the week, then I'll make the step and I'll pick up the LP or whatever. You know what I mean? So there are new bands that I will buy full lengths from. You know,
there's one hard thing when you like a lot of genre music, like say like I like hip hop too. So like I try to go back and go on Discogs and buy like singles and stuff, and like you know, so I'll buy metal records, 7 inches, and maybe like they sell those hip hop ones like super cheap for some reason, the singles especially. So like you can get like 5 of them for like $10-$20, you know. So like I kind of like dip into all like little fingers like on all kinds of shit, you know.
Yeah. It's weird. Like
it's fun.
I'll only buy, like, I listen to tons of different genres of shit. Like, but as far as buying,
well, that's like, my vinyl buying, I should say.
Yeah,
so tape buying has been pretty reserved towards either like Bandcamp, mostly, you know, just to be honest.
Yeah,
like me, drops the tape. I'm like, damn, I'm getting that.
Like I'm like, I guess you could say, an enthusiast of obviously death metal and metal shit. So I buy that primarily. But like, if I buy anything outside of that, it would be like either classic, like early 80s hardcore, classic like rock shit, like, you know, classic like 70s rock. And that's kind of it, really. You know what I mean? Like, I'll just get digital of everything else and listen to everything else digitally.
Yeah. Are you when you so you're a tattoo artist by trade? Are you listen to music at your shop? Is it quiet?
Oh God,
How does the
all
game
the
play
time.
in a tattoo shop? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I mean, where I work is very free. Like in other words, we have a built-in clientele of people we've been working on for over a decade, 2 decades. I'm like the youngest tattooer, and I've been working 15 years. I work with guys that have been tattooing 26, 30 years.
Right.
You know what I mean? So we have the freedom where we work on our own, client base. So we put on anything. It doesn't matter what it is. What's an anal cunt? You know what I mean?
Right.
So it doesn't really matter. But I think a lot of tattoo shops, they have a lot of like outsiders coming in. So they don't want to scare them away. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
That's what I mean.
like,
I would imagine it'd be a little quiet in there, maybe. Right.
well, it's kind of like if I'm tattooing new clients, I'm not gonna throw fucking, Beherit on. I'm not gonna throw black blood. Like so. I'll
Depends
put
what
on.
you're tattooing.
I'll put on like
Come on.
I'll put on like some Saint Vitus. I'll put on
Right.
like maybe some Danzig, like first couple Danzig records, shit like that. Because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like that, But when it gets crazy, we'll put on anything. It don't matter. You know what I mean? But if you're working at like different types of shops, I mean, people are a little more like sensitive to that. I'm not hit them with crazy shit right away or whatever.
Like get the Britney Spears out.
Yeah.
You got to ease them into it, as it says.
Yeah, ease them into it. Like I kind of feel like a lot of shops will play a lot of early '80s metal. Like there are a lot more Merciful Fate, Candlemass in shops because it's kind of like it's killer, but people don't. It doesn't bother people. You know what I mean? Like you'll hear a lot of that kind of.
No respect. I mean, no disrespect to anybody, but I never cracked the seal with the tattoos. So like, I am completely like white and no tattoos on my body at all.
Totally awesome, dude.
Because I was scared to like get an addictive habit, I guess. So because I was like, oh, once I get one, I'm fucked, basically. So I didn't fuck with it,
Well, yeah, tattooing's a whole scene in itself, dude.
I saw. I mean, it became bigger and bigger the older I got, and I'm like, holy shit, man! I can't believe how many tats people get now.
Dude, it's a very fucking elite class of fucking people, and but
somebody was on here a couple of weeks ago, and they were talking about they said they don't show their tats because they don't want anyone to talk to them about their tats. Do you have that problem, Derek?
I think there's a time and place for it. Like you don't wear your immolation shirt to like your aunt's wedding or something.
Right.
It's kind of same premise.
I mean, I do and I don't. Like, I make my decisions. Like, I had this conversation about the school. Like, when I would go to a school thing. Like, sometimes I might wear the immolation shirt. Sometimes I might not,
Exactly. I mean, in other words, it's like I kind of know that like it's easier for me because I'm a tattooer by trade. So, it's what I do for work. So, I can kind of freely like give a fuck, But I mean, if someone's not a tattooer and they do something else for a living, they might be interacting with people that they might not necessarily want to be around.
Oh, okay.
So,
I got that.
Like it's like, when people start asking you annoying questions, you get annoyed.
What's that?
You don't understand this, So there's some judgment, and they might be something said that might be offensive to people. So they're going to be like a little more guarded, might wear the long sleeve shirt or.
When I was rolling back from Rhode Island one time, we went to some shows or we did something, and my friend had on his hand he had "fuck you, pay me," and then the lady who was there, it was in Connecticut or something.
Yeah.
She goes, "That's offensive to me." And he's like, "Your face is offensive to me, lady," or something. I forget what he said. He said something it was so rough on her, man. He's like, you saying that is offensive to me in a way because like, who are you to judge me, basically?
Definitely. I mean, because like, listen, I might have said this before, but like our box here that we have, our world of this is very small. Like it's a lot smaller than we think. Because I'm so out of touch with like mainstream culture, I have no fucking clue about anything. I'll watch some shows, because like, I'd spend time with my my girl, and
Sure.
we'll enjoy time and do some things. And like sometimes I'll see things and I'm just so out of touch with that. I have no idea, but it's like millions of people like are into
No, I'm
this.
out of touch too, so you don't have to explain it.
Yeah, like
I
millions
put
of
myself
people.
out of touch a while ago, actually.
Yeah, and I don't
After
want to
the
like.
elections and all that crap, like years ago, and they try to shove it down your throat, I was like, you know what? I tap out like at this stage because I don't want to know.
Exactly. Like
You guys go fight
so,
with each other, and I'm gonna go over here and listen to friggin' demigod demos by myself.
Exactly, dude. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like I'm in my world here, and this is where I like to be. This is where I belong. So I'm just gonna hang back and go through life here. You know what I mean?
People use tattoos like a pickup line, mad annoying.
Definitely.
And then also you have to tell people off. They think they could just talk shit with no consequence. Have you ever tattooed a dick?
No, I haven't tattooed any dicks. I would do it for $2,000. You give me $2,000, I'll do it.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck. It's not like you're sucking
a piece of
it.
meat, you know? Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Give me $2,000, I'll do it. Fuck it.
Yeah, he's like, just stretch your meat, you know?
But like, I mean, people are just dumb.
Right.
What it comes down to, like, they give you signs to not be around them pretty quickly. So
right.
You pick up on it, you move along,
Yeah.
So it's just,
social media got confusing because like all of a sudden, like there's this melting pot of humans and then like these people friending you and this and that. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, would I really be like your friend in real life? Like, I don't think so, man.
I know, yeah. Well,
like, you couldn't handle me, basically.
Well, it's like visually, yeah, you might not be listening to it, but you are because you're seeing it whether you want to see it or not.
Right.
And
you're seeing it. I hate
whether you want to or not. If you're in that moment, you're seeing it, and people always have something to say, and they don't realize like the effects of what they're going to say. I mean, everyone's guilty of it. Like I'm probably guilty of that just as much, but we're a little maybe more mindful because we interact a little more genuinely. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So, what people out there, it's just like their world has become just like
ignorant,
like a diarrhea of commenting. Like there's no like mindfulness to. It's a
ignorance. I felt a small ignorance the other day, which no shade to any of my peoples, because like it wasn't no big deal. Like it looked like it, but it wasn't. But like my daughter went to college, and I was like, I'm happy for my daughter. She went to college,
Yeah.
And then like I saw the comments all over, and they're like, "Happy birthday," and I'm like, "It ain't her fucking birthday, bro. You got to read."
It's such a fast pace, like like
they just see a photo and they're like, click.
Yeah. Well, what's really funny is that you'll hear nowadays, whoa, this video is too like people are like, you gotta do short little 10-second things because people's attention is so fucking gone.
Even on here, if I play a video like that's super duper long, like eventually I even feel like I'm like, damn, is this so long that the guest is gonna leave at the end, basically?
Well, I think that people's attention is so diverted because there's so much stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
definitely.
So it's like sensory overload. So if you give somebody like what someone would watch for 40 minutes now, there's like 2 million other things coming in.
Oh, definitely.
So it's
Our average death metal podcast watcher, it says 22 minutes, but I've seen people on here for up to 2-3 hours watching this. So I don't know what they mean by 22 minutes.
Yeah. But
Vacuous Dips.
How's it going?
Yeah, Austin. What's up?
But like I also feel like too that you got like your lifestyle and that's intense, bro. That's pretty hardcore, man. Okay, you on a hardcore podcast.
Yeah, you're not fans of random strangers. We were just talking about you, Austin, because you were the subject of the tattoo, Heider.
Right on, dude. That's
no
crazy.
doubt.
It's ill shit.
All right, we're gonna play another song, and then we're gonna be out of here because we've been on for
brother.
fucking hours on end, right?
Yeah, for sure.
If you guys want tomorrow or whenever if you want or don't or whatever, there's a music episode tonight on right now that you could rewatch, and then there's the interview with Ancient Death that we did before this. So let me see right here. I have one song that I got to leave with because they gave it to me.
Cool.
But I got this Mortuary Ghoul.
When you coming home again? Snow.
Much. Why don't more than a year now? Mama, you coming? Mama.
Death Metal Podcast for freaks only. Try to come with what was that? Dismal Fate Records. They put out a lot of good tapes.
Yeah, that shit's fucking pretty sick.
Pretty brutal though. Did you want to, before we cut out and I'm play some Doom to destroy everybody's brain? Did you want to announce anything, like anything going on with Church Burn or?
Yeah, future release to be announced. As far as release date, just check out Churchburn Instagram, Churchburn Doom, for any future announcements. Look forward to the Ancient Death split cassette.
Right. Ancient Death split
Putridarium.
coming on Rotter on cassette and split 7-inch.
That'll be out shortly. And then it's soon to be the vinyl when that rolls out. And then be on the lookout for the 3-song demo, which will be in the works as of very shortly. And those are the biggest
Those are all the moves you've been
Those
making
are all the
lately.
moves of the year right there for in this camp. You know what I mean?
There's no church. Wasn't there one more church burn show, or maybe that passed already?
No. The Ancient Death show in Providence in September, Churchburn is playing that as well. So we're going on earlier in the night. It's a CD release for another band that Dave and Kenny play in called DNR. It's their CD release show.
Oh, okay.
So Churchburn's going to be like first or second on that, which is really cool. We decided, hey, we're going to just do it early. So we're going to play that early, and then I'll be doing Ancient Death set last for that. So
okay. I don't know. I must have not uploaded that flyer. Sorry, brother.
Oh yeah. I think I sent you the flyer.
Yeah, I don't know if I uploaded it.
It's like a non-metal looking flyer.
Maybe that's why I just glossed over it. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna
there'll be a split 7-inch with Putridarium and Ancient Death. So we got US meets Germany.
Yes.
And a cassette version release to kind of just wet people up. And it's an old Ancient Death song that was saved just for this.
Yeah, totally unreleased, so no one has it yet, which is awesome. So
definitely look out for Derek's stuff with Ancient Death. He's been putting a little bit more eggs in there, obviously keeping his eggs in the basket of Churchburn. They're working on a new EP, it sounds like. Keeping it busy with the lives.
Yeah, we're going to be going back to Armageddon on this next one. We're coming home to Ben's label for that next release. It's pretty cool. I can announce that, cool, because that's something that's been finalized there. But that's the next step.
Next couple moves for
stuff. So we're in the writing process right now. We're doing pretty good.
Definitely the stuff with the I know you play bass and sing a bit in Churchburn, but like definitely the stuff with the Ancient Death on the drums. Like I definitely saw like I see progression that I never thought was going to come out of you, brother.
Dude, thank you.
Like I'm like, God damn, this guy is drumming hard.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I think the new tracks, people are really going to enjoy them. They definitely got like it's basically the same stuff, but I think some of it's a little more like evil, a little eerie, and then also a little faster too. Like we've got some songs that are like a lot more like we picked up the tempo, a lot more like vicious blast stuff.
You got to stop and wait for those guys to hit their solos because they hit some crazy reverse soloing.
Definitely. I mean, that's a big emphasis. The dual guitar solos is a big element of Ancient Death's material.
Feels like it.
You know what I mean? So it's cool. It's like a
they got an eerie big sound though, so it's good.
Dude, definitely.
Yeah, man. Salute to you, brother. Appreciate it.
Salute to you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, we always go long as fuck, right, with our shows.
This is actually nothing compared to some of them. Like we've done. What did you do? Like 12 hours once?
At one time, I did like 11 hours or some shit. That was crazy. But you know what? We went to like every country: Australia, Japan, Euro, US, Cali. So it was like everything. Like I felt like I went full circle that day.
Yeah,
I don't think I could stream for 11
like
hours.
People, so we talk about underground, like obscure, real stuff, and then just talk about like other shit too.
Well, I mean, if someone's consuming this live, that's cool. But if you're consuming it afterwards too, I hope that I've given some gem of information, or you heard a band on here, and I was like, "Yo, Mortuary Ghoul," and then you went out and fucking copped that shit. Like, support the underground labels in a weird way. Like they are regular ass guys like us, and like they probably could use the 10 or 20 bucks for a shirt and a CD. And same thing with Ancient Death, or you go to a show and you go see Churchburn, and like it's all like a micro economy at the underground, Definitely. So the more that we do things with each other, like the better it is,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
indeed.
I think that's important for everybody now because it seems like the economy is a little fucked up. So like we got to create our own fucking micro economies, right?
Dude, it's crazy because like I don't understand how someone can afford $1,000 fucking ticket to a concert. Like that's
I'm a little confused by some of the concert
I
price
was
shit.
blown away by like how
Coming in from Greece. What's up?
and then you see all my friends like going to every concert that's like $800.
Right.
Like holy fuck, dude! Like I'm not poor, but like I'm not like at that. I'm not there.
There
Like,
was a lot of concerts in this like small period of time, sometime between like after Metal Threat and like April, like from May, June, July, August. There was like all these concerts, like right. There was so many fests and concerts.
so
that-
much. Dude.
Yeah, it was like holy shit. There was so much shit going on in such a small period of time. I'd never seen this much activity.
Yeah,
A lot
and
of
it's all
spots were
still out.
filled, which is cool.
Yeah,
But then you wonder, you're like, how the fuck could anyone afford all this
I know it's
or
crazy.
this much time off work?
Yep. So somehow I don't know. As fucked up as life is right now, people are fucking spending the money.
Yeah,
You know
they
what I
can
mean?
be.
So,
They're spending it on concerts, maybe. But I mean,
Yeah.
I guess that's maybe just to get the fuck out of the house. I don't know.
yeah. Well, I mean, you can't work for nothing. You know, if you don't, your life goes by. You didn't fucking do something cool. with
True, man.
yourself.
People live in vans nowadays, you know?
Yeah, dude, for sure.
Glad I found the stream. Yeah, man. Appreciate, no doubt. Went to Megadeth back in May. It was $20 a beer. Yeah. Welcome to
dude.
Maryland Death Fest. $18 for a tall boy.
Yeah. Yep.
And they
You
didn't
know-
have no small beers when you got there.
Yeah.
No
I mean,
shade to the
well,
promoter.
it's funny. So that's a good point. So you talk about MDF. You can get a 3-day pass for how much?
I don't know.
350, 450, and you're seeing 4 or 5 days worth of bands. Okay,
Right.
I don't know if that's the exact price. I'd have to look it up, but I think it's somewhere like 350. Right? You can't even get like a fucking seat in like the restroom at a stadium for like Metallica for that money. You know what I mean? Like, so, and you're only seeing, of course you're seeing an iconic classic thing, but like, dude, I mean, you're seeing 30 bands for a quarter of the money. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like compared on a fest, which to me is a little much, but it's still cool, price wise, as opposed to a $750 ticket for one night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of baffling to
I haven't
me,
been
you
to
know
a
what I mean?
bigger spot in a long time. I
Yeah.
go to Maryland or whatever, but like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I always pay. I've paid for certain shows, but like, I don't.
I was
pay
lucky
for
enough to play the
everything.
2019 one.
I've been involved with the scene for a long time, so maybe
Yeah.
like I'm part of the press, or I don't know. Maybe they just grandfathered my ass in.
Yeah. Or if you do merch, if you vend or whatever,
Yeah, I was gonna vend this new Maryland that was
Yeah.
coming. I don't know if I am or not. Like, there's a possibility that I might vend at Maryland Death Fest. So
That's
maybe you'll see
cool.
me out there. I felt that it might be good because then like people would know where to find me if they want to chop it up,
Yeah. Well, it's crazy. Like, I might go to just the pre-fest night because of Jerry, and that's pretty much
Oh
it.
shit, yeah.
I can't afford to go this
Sodom.
year, Maybe I will last minute, but
Maybe Sodom, right?
yeah, I mean, I never seen them, so of course, that's the big hit for that night. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The fest is too long. That's the only thing that kind of sucks.
yeah,
Like,
listen,
it becomes too
5
long.
days? Is it really 5 days now?
I mean, it was 5 days last time. It was 6 days last
5
time.
days?
The fest
thought it
was
was
5
only-
or 6 days last time too, if you count in that immolation pre-show.
Okay.
Because I was down there with Mortician, and the show had started on like a Wednesday or something, and it went till Sunday.
So there's a pre-show and then a pre-party.
I guess, I don't know. There was so
Okay.
much going on. There was
Yeah,
just show. We didn't even go to the one immolation thing. I went to like a Mortician rehearsal.
Got you.
But I felt like I came home a week later. That's the bottom line. Like, I was like, wow, I was down there for a fucking week.
Yep.
Just
Well, I
for a
thought you
show.
thought it was 4
It was worth
days.
it. Listen,
well, 3
though,
days in a pre-show.
I'm just going to throw this out there. Anyone that's not been there, go. Don't even worry about the $300 or $400. Just go for 5 days and enjoy every minute of it, because you will fucking love it.
Yeah, it's a great time.
Yeah,
I
dude,
enjoyed it
you
a
can
lot
just
when
walk around and fucking
yeah,
talk to people and not even watch bands, and you will fucking love it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, man.
I'm definitely gonna go to that shit. I want to vend it, but I'm not concerned about like the making money part. I'm just like, I don't know, it'd just be cool to have a spot to talk.
Yeah.
That's it. But you can't watch the band when you're a vendor either. So like, it would cut me off from watching all the bands.
Yeah.
That's the downside of being a vendor at MDF. Like, you can't watch any of the bands. Like, you can watch like very little.
And it's impossible to see everything. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no way you're gonna see. You know, and I mean, I'm not trying to catch every single band either. I'll find the bands that I'm interested in seeing, and I'll check them out. You know,
I missed a few. They handled their game pretty well, except the 2 club thing. But now they've condensed it down into just one little zone. I think so. That's smarter.
Yeah, there was no Edison lot the year I went. They got rid of that year. Now it's back, I guess. Or something.
No, I think that's what they were getting rid of, wasn't it? The big lot.
Yeah, didn't they bring it back on the last one? Is that where the kid jumped off the fucking?
I don't know.
Is that
I
a
don't know
different spot now?
I remember I was in a big ass parking lot for a double stage show, and then another thing where they had it was like a wharf looking thing.
Yeah, okay.
Or something. I don't know what the fuck it was.
Because I thought that they brought it back because that's where the kid like jumped off.
Yeah, I parked right in that garage.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Jumped from like right near my van.
Yeah, that's what Edison
on that day. And then I didn't drive back to the spot though. Again, I every time I went back to MDF, I just like walk there instead of bringing a car.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It was just easier for me.
Next door, so it was like perfect. Like,
rest in peace, my boy Ryan, who I was with at MDF. Friggin', we lost him to suicide, unfortunately, bro.
Oh,
so
man.
Rest in peace, Ryan, man. It's crazy. Like, that's who I would hang with at Maryland, man, my boy. So I'm probably trying to connect maybe with his boys, and then maybe we can like memorialize to be,
For sure.
That's my thought now about it, Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we had a crazy time last time too, so it's kind of crazy. Edison lot was overrated. Was that the big lot that was hot as fuck? And you had to walk like really fucking far to fucking piss and get water.
Yeah, it was out of the way, of everything. They didn't have it the year I was there. They didn't have it. So it was cool.
Yeah, I would like to go with you or some other people I know, because like I was like the solo fox moving around basically, I went there with nobody.
If I go down for Atheist Sodom night, like I'm already gonna be there. So, but I don't, we'll see.
Yeah, maybe we can connect.
Yeah.
I gotta schedule the first day into. I don't even think about it because it feels like it's a million years away.
Yeah, it's a year away. Basically a little less.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But if you haven't gone, anyone in the chat, like seriously, do not sleep on a long fest because you meet a lot of people. You meet people from Instagram. You meet people from Facebook. You meet all these motherfuckers.
It's true.
And like you meet people from your local scene, everything, man. And it's just like that alone is worth the price of admission, basically.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So forget the bands even.
Yep.
It was just good just to chill with people. And there was a lot of people that had recognized me from fucking stupid YouTube, They're like, that's cool. Little podcast.
Nice.
I'm like, all right, if that's how you, cool, man. Then I guess I'm making some kind of fucking dent in the scene,
Yeah. Has it been a year now, over a year since you started?
Since I started this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been over a year because all the memories are coming up at least a year-ish, It's been a little more than a year since the genesis of it. Yeah. But the thing is, like, I started with just offline interviewing, which some of them I still haven't even shown them all. I showed like little blips of one. The last thing I had like interview with like Blasphematory and Immolation and somebody else.
Yeah.
But basically, I was just getting my chops in then and trying to talk to people, which there still might be some interviews because there's the festival in Europe, Tones of Death.
Yeah.
With the guy from SNET. He wants to come on, but cool. Like we don't feel like we can connect live, so we might have to do the interview offline
and post it. Yeah,
I might do a couple of those just to try to support the bands I like, you know what I mean?
Sure.
because they're
Well,
mostly
you came out
Europeans.
swinging, I can tell you that. Like you
They
came
caught
out
you
with
at
some
Pungent
hitters.
Stench, exactly. You caught me on your jacket at Pungent Stench. Actually, you had spikes on it. So I was sick.
Well,
Yeah,
you started Roy swinging hard. You came out with some heavy hitters. Those interviews, just a wave of them, and
oh, cool.
it caught a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of people's attention. I think really quickly. You know.
Cool. I mean,
Good
I
way
don't
to start
even
it.
know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just go on here and just shoot the shit with people.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't do this for dough, so I'm just doing this just to do. I don't even know what I'm doing.
It's because you're into it.
Yeah,
because you're into it.
I mean, I wanted to go on here and talk to people and learn as much. Like, I didn't go on here. I went on here just to interview fucking bands. I'll start just saying that.
Yeah.
Be like, I know bands, I could interview them, blah, blah, blah. But in reality, it goes beyond that. It goes us talking about music equipment. It goes about instruments, shows. If this could help bands and people connect to set up tours, that would be sick.
Yeah.
If this could do anything to put money in anyone's pocket in any way, shape, or form, that would be sick. As far as like you have a band, whatever, dude, like a label, you know, like I don't take money. I'm not going to play every band. I'm not saying anything like that, but I'm just letting, you know, I think that, you know, we live in a different time. So like the more that I could do to help others, I'll try a little, you know. It's Saturday night. I'm not really doing much. You know what I mean? So like, I just set myself up to do this, and that's it, man. And there's really not too much thought in it, you know?
Yeah.
This
guys are
isn't
definitely
What's up, Rick?
I think you guys have definitely got a stride with it now because you got
stride.
you, Francisco, and the Necron. You guys
we've
get
been
together
busy,
and you kind of bounce off each other, which is really cool, and kind of keep the narrative going and different.
I don't know why we did that, but it works like for me. So
yeah, I thought it was cool. I thought it was really
we each
cool.
play different music too, right? In a weird way, because I stick more to the death metal, and Carl plays a little more black metal, I think.
Yeah.
And then Francisco played more like the hard edge, like grindcore and hard edge.
He's a little more grindcore, but he's death metal too.
He's death metal too, yeah.
Yep. But it's cool because it kind of opened me. I would probably not have found Carl's page if I didn't see, you and Francisco.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it kind of opened me up to some other.
Well, you actually helped us because you would go to shows and like tape it and stuff and like stream it. So like in the very beginning, like you were a huge help. So I appreciate that, man.
Dude, thanks.
That was cool.
I could help, man.
Like some of those videos where you took like innumerable forms or malignant altar or something. Those were fucking phenomenal, dude. Those made my fucking night, dude. Those were like completely made the show in a way.
Well, it's totally sick that you the phone, phones can give that good quality. You know what I mean? Streaming live. You know what I mean? Like it's because it's difficult. Like some phones, it'll be kind of a hard listen. You know what I mean? It's bouncing around on the computer, but like the iPhone, these new iPhones, like you can take quality, like fucking DVD quality footage and just stream it in real time. You know what I mean? So it was nice to be able to do that.
It was cool.
Quality content,
Yeah, it was cool because like then the bands, I think you were at St. Vitus and bands had like different lights and then like maybe Malignant Altar played. I wanted to go to that show. So like that was also a plus
I
for
went
me.
Down, man.
Yeah, you were there.
Yep.
And then like one band had like a blue light and the other band had like a red light.
Yeah,
it was just something, just a lot of ambiance. It was sick.
Yeah, it changes the whole vibe. Same night, same show, Yeah.
It was sick, man. It was just good to bring that to the show. And then I didn't announce it either. Like I never announced anything on here.
Yeah.
Like I barely said that Putridarium were going to do that thing,
Yeah.
Because I wanted to be exciting or whatever. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
It'll happen in the future, Right place, right time. You'll get a good, if I'm going somewhere and I know something killer's going on, hey, dude, fucking.
Yeah, and I mean, I've done that. I did that at Metal Threat for Carl. Like, I did like a stream of like Sadistic Intent.
I watched a bunch of
stuff.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Some of it, yeah.
I watched it afterwards. I was like, oh, it's pretty close.
Yeah, I'm hoping maybe in the future too. Like we'll stop playing more of these fests, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Like I'm pretty confident. Pretty soon we'll be hopefully getting on.
I wasn't bullshitting either when I said like I need to come up there, because like I'm like, damn, I need to get out of the house. So like if you guys are gonna be recording or doing something, maybe I need to come up there and just hang there.
Absolutely.
Scene up in Rhode Island was fun. So
yeah, you can come up to Worcester too. You haven't been up there yet.
Yeah, I would like that.
Dude, that's a great scene.
That was killer, man.
Worcester Mass scene is fucking great, dude.
Nice.
Great. It's a good place to check out a show. You should
want to
come
walk around. I never did the whole like dispensary thing, so like I'd like to go and do that because I live in the forest.
Yeah, see, like I don't fuck with that, but like you'll love it, dude. Like I can't believe I'm saying I don't fuck with like I come from weed, like I'm fucking raised on weed, but I don't, but you'll love it, dude. Like it's funny because this dude, like real quick, where we practice, we rent a practice space. This new owner bought it. It's a big building, and there's like a rental like called Jam Stage where you can like rent studio time or to practice. They have little studio rooms with like cabs set up and drum sets, like, and you could rent them by the hour. So this guy sold the whole fucking building to this new owner, and this guy, he's definitely got money, but he built a fucking dispensary in this place, and he's building a brewery in the same building, dude. Like, I was so sick. It's like, yo, you could go to the dispensary to get your fucking shit on, and then you want to go have a beer. Fucking, there's a brewery fucking next door. Like, that's
I'm all for partying.
Yeah, dude. But the dude's like, hey, he's like, I'm not gonna, get rid of these practice rooms because
this is Derek. He plays in Ancient Death, and he was a bass player, a head rat. So William Diamond was in the band Sloth back in the day, and Morgue Fetus and a couple other Illinois bands.
Oh, sick, dude!
Played, I think one of the drummers from Lividity played on his first demo.
That's cool.
Someone closer, Frazier.
Oh shit, dude!
100 Stench is underrated.
Underrated? You think so? You think they're underrated? I don't think they're underrated.
Yeah, he remembers Head Rat. Exactly.
Cool. Right on, dude. Yeah, I was in the
they did like a label. It was called Extreme Scene, and they put out like Cybergasm and a band called Church Burner, a band called Sloth, bunch of stuff, man. They had their own little like
Chicago shit. Yeah.
Illinois.
All right. Oh, Illinois. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good cool. Old school like Death Underground. Like what band camps do now back like in 95. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. So that was a long time ago, they were definitely ahead of their time.
That's cool.
Yeah, man. I mean, all kinds of people definitely tune in here, which is dope, and then again, if the content is like something that someone listens to afterwards and they gain something from it, then plus, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I want to, spread some kind of infos on here.
Oh yeah, it's getting out there, dude. Definitely.
Yeah, no doubt. Central Illinois. Fuck yes.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, man. We were chopping it up tonight with Derek, and then he was in a band. He's in a band called Ancient Death. They're actually on Necroharmonic. So basically, we did the interview separately, and then I came on here and played some music afterwards.
If he's an old school Illinois guy, I got a good one for you. If you go in the original Dying Truth Cyanide first LP, and you own it, if you do, open up the insert. This is only in the first edition. It's not on the repress. You open up the insert and you look in there and you'll see a thank list. And you read it and my name's in there. Okay?
There you go.
So open up the fucking Dying Truth Cyanide. First Cyanide is on Rat International, or what was it? Fucking Combat. No, not Rat something. Trying to think of the original label that put out that Dying Truth.
Right. The Dying Truth.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember Buzz Oven? I saw Buzz Oven actually at they were sick.
They're Road Racer band.
The guy like smashed a bottle over his face or something. I don't know. Something crazy happened, and he was bleeding the whole show. It was they were super like doomy kind of. It was at Wetlands.
There's a Road Racer band, Roy.
Huh?
Buzz Oven was Road Racer.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Absolutely, they were. Yeah.
They were sick.
Because they were like around Nail Bomb, so like Nail Bomb came out, and that Buzz Oven was like shortly around. It was around the same exact year, almost like
okay.
A year or two was Buzz Oven. Yeah.
They were hard. I think it was the show I went to was like Buzz Oven, I Hate God, and some other bands.
Yeah, band was crazy.
Maybe AC.
Oh, right on. Yeah.
JL America the other day.
Yeah, I have JL America tapes.
Saw them 8 years ago, no doubt. Grindcore Records. That's what it's up.
Grindcore Records, thank you. That's the first sign I released. Thank you.
DJ Hellhammer to the rescue.
Thank you. So I was like,
Human
I
encyclopedia of death metal.
Yeah, Grindcore Records. Dude.
It's really funny to listen about Pungent Stench from American guys here in Russia. Pungent Stench wasn't popular at all, to be honest.
Okay.
Hey,
you were always popular as far as I can.
Yeah, we were getting Pungent Stench releases as far back as like 1990 and 91 from Nuclear Blast America, which was a subsidiary of Relapse. So, yeah, I mean, I heard about them pretty early on. And then they were also in some fanzines, so, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Classic band now.
We want to know about bands from Russia, man. We want to know about death metal from Russia. I mean, I played. Someone in here said I played too much Russian death metal.
What, 2 bands?
Maybe? No. I was playing like I don't know, like 5 or 6 different.
Oh,
Russian
really? Yeah.
Bands,
I know two. I know 2 bands from Russia that are killer, but I don't really know much more outside.
But I played like a few things because there was a few things out there, and I was like, these bands are sick. So like, why shouldn't I play Cyst and why shouldn't I play Sordid Clod or whatever? Those are good bands, you know.
Sure.
Pungent Stench, Benediction Split. I had that.
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah, right on.
We met Pungent Stench at Taco Bell.
Yeah,
I hung out with Pungent Stench too when they were on tour with Incantation for a little while, and they were definitely cool guys.
Yep. They did have a split CD disharmonic too.
Yeah, they had a split record. I mean, was that a CD as well?
I think it was split CD. I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, I have the record. It's a Pungent Stench, no, it's not Benediction. Sorry, Pungent Stench Disharmonic split record.
Yeah, yep.
Old Nuclear Blast.
Yeah, I got to get my hands on that.
I got that 7-inch too, though. The split 7-inch as well.
Yep.
It's a good one.
About the Benediction one, I forgot all about that. Like
it's an oldie.
Yeah, if you didn't mention that, I wouldn't even remember that release at all.
Yeah. I mean, time has like worn down our memories because like that's why I had said to Mike from Ruin, I'm like, you're putting out too many releases that have the same sounding names. Because I'm like, it's hard to keep up now because I'm thinking I got this already.
Yeah.
You're like Ruin, Plague, something. I'm like, I don't know if I got this one or I got a Transmissions, you know?
Yep.
But no shade to Ruin, man. I love Ruin. Just I was like, but maybe that's good though. Maybe I need to be like more on my point, you know, and be like, you know, I got this. Especially if I like the band, you know.
Definitely.
All right, so basically, I'm gonna bust this out. Cool. The guys from Evoken sent me a live set thing, so we're gonna end the episode with the Evoken thing.
Great way to end it.
My boy Vince from Kearney, who's my hometown in Jersey, he sent me a video while we were playing earlier of a Evoken live clip. So thanks, Derek, for hanging around and chit-chatting with Death Metal Podcast.
Yeah,
I guess we'll probably be on next week or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll close with this too. The heaviest bass cabinet I ever used, like borrowed by bandmates, was Evoken. It was a David Eden bass cabinet. I don't know if he still uses it, but I borrowed it for a set, and that thing is fucking amazing. So they have the heaviest equipment. Evoken is the heaviest.
And they broke the foundation of the show I played, of the house next door, not the house they played in. Dude, so the bar I played in, and the next day, the guy said that the foundation broke at the house. I was like, sick.
Totally believe it.
I thought to myself, who was playing? And I was like, oh shit, it was Evoken. It made a lot of sense, dude. You know,
dude, heavy band.
So let me see. Right here is the download. All right, everybody. Appreciate you guys tuning in, man.
Yeah, man. Have a
Later.
good night, bro.
Danke. Thank you. Thanks to David, our good brother, and Anders, Casper. Among the Exiled, from our album, The Sleep of Morbid Dreams. Goes out to everyone here. Enjoy yourself. next one is going out to Crucifier. And also Agoraphobia. This one's called
All right. Good night, everybody. Appreciate the support. Death Metal Podcast.